Kenneth Coble, you want me to sign this?
Good morning, Judge. This is a new case. It looks like there are no local charges.
One moment, Mr. Cobble's not here yet. Are you Mr. Cobble?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Cobble's now here.
Mr. Cobble does have a few, he has an open felony case. He'll be in the afternoon calendar.
Okay.
Oh, he does have locals. Okay. So then, Judge, we would just ask that this case be, when are his locals set, Madam Clerk?
It is a new case, so he just came in on those cases.
So,
Judge, we generally set this for a day after the new case shows up on calendar. So do you want to set it for maybe a week? Reset it?
okay,
Yeah, we usually set for 15 days.
15 days. Give me a date in 15 days.
23rd.
Well, Judge, he needs to make a decision if he wants to waive or contest. I don't think that's been addressed at this time.
Do you want to waive your extradition? There's a warrant for your arrest in Memphis, Tennessee. You can waive or you can contest it.
What's the difference?
I didn't hear what you said, sir.
What's the difference between waiving it and contesting?
If you waive it, they're going to pick you up and take you back to Tennessee.
When?
What?
His locals are closed.
After your locals are closed, you have local charges,
So what's the
but you haven't had a first appearance yet. So that's why I'm going to reset it. But
But she hasn't made a decision yet.
Judge, if he
why don't we
contests,
just reset it to the 23rd?
Because they need to know if they need to get a governor's warrant or not, Judge.
correct. If he contests, the state would get an arrest warrant from
Okay.
the governor of the state of Florida.
I'm gonna waive it.
That's the extradition, the transfer to Tennessee, or you can waive it. And they'll pick you up after these charges are disposed of.
You want to waive? He wants to waive, Judge.
He wants to waive. Okay.
We're set it for June 23rd. Your Honor.
Okay.
June 23rd.
We have to say it.
I'd like to know, we set it for June 23rd.
We're resetting for June 23rd. We'll see you June 23rd. On the local charges. Edward Pritchard.
That's the point. Now I answer that.
Corrections, Mr. Pritchard is not available. He's in Metro West.
Metro West is on lockdown.
Judge, I'm sorry, I can't hear the detective. This looks like it's been, the extradition request has withdrawn or abandoned its request, the other state for extradition, Judge. We've provided your honor with a motion to quash and a proposed order, and I don't think we need the defendant here unless Ms. Corey disagrees, and I know she's not appointed to sign that order.
It's signed.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Okay, moving right along. Douglas Pupo Ronaldo.
All his cases finally closed.
They're closed.
Your Honor, can you verify with the correction if the traffic case is already closed?
They ROR'd him on the traffic.
So the case still open, Your Honor.
Today's 6. Today's the 6th, right?
Today is 6. So they have a next court date for traffic of June 24th,
Where is he? Let me see him.
Metro West.
So you want to reset it? Or what are we doing?
Well, if is traffic case still open, we can't extradite him, yes.
Great.
So the RR, he needs to go in front of the judge again and see what they can do. But
Are
that
they
has,
gonna put it for the 25th since he's going on the 24th?
we can reset it for June 25th
I'll reset,
for his looks. Thank you, Your Honor.
June 25th.
Judge, can you just have the clerk confirm the traffic case number? Because I'm gonna send that off to the chief of county court and see what we can do about that.
Okay, case number? Could you announce the case number? The,
I mean, corrections or the clerk?
The clerk, I'm sorry. ADGPZ, what are the last two? JE, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. The Russian interpreter is present.
Demetrius Washington.
Your Honor, he previously waived. His local charges are pending. They're set for June 11th. We'd like to reset for June 12th.
Okay, we'll reset for June 12th. Joel Rivero?
Your Honor, he's in the in-state calendar, not the out-of-state calendar. I don't know why he printed here.
Okay, I'll skip it. Hold on. How about Virgil Woodson?
Your Honor, he previously waived. His locals are set for August 28th. We'd like to reset August 29th.
What day, I'm sorry?
When are we resetting for?
August 29th.
Okay. Reset to August 29th. Romario Gale?
Your Honor, he previously waived also. His locals are set for August 28th. We'd like to reset for August 29th.
Reset 8/29. Randolph Smith.
He also previously waived, Your Honor. His locals are set for June 16th. We'd like to reset for June 17th.
June 17th reset. Okay. Andre Jackson?
You also, he previously waived. His locals are set for June 16th. We'd like to reset for June 17th.
Reset. June
17th.
17th. Okay,
Oh, we're waiting, Your Honor, as for Dakota Buckner, his private attorney. I don't know if they showed up.
Right. Dakota Buckner. I'm gonna recall that.
Wagner. We need coffee.
You want me to sign both of these? Just, okay. You know if your lawyer showed up? I don't see anybody.
No, ma'am. I thought we were pushing it to the end of the calendar. I thought that the ladies here were making the call for me to call him.
Judge, we're pushing it to the end of the extradition calendar. If Mr. Buckner is uncomfortable making a decision, Judge, I'd ask you to treat it as an objection or a contest. He'll be held for 90 days and we'll seek a governor's.
No, I don't want to do that.
Hold on. If he speaks to his counsel between, let's say, now and Monday and wants to reconsider, I'll hold off having our staff start the governor's warrant until Monday if you want to reset it. I don't know what to do other than that for Monday.
I can wait till Monday.
I'll just go ahead and waive it. I'll just waive it. Like, I'm not trying to put myself in a worse situation when I'm trying to fix it, Your Honor. So that's why I hired counsel.
So if we waive it, there'll be a hearing.
Correct. 15 days. I'll advise to.
I need a reset date.
6/23, Your Honor, June 23rd.
6/23.
That's 15 days from today.
Yeah.
Judge, if I may, there won't be a hearing, just so Mr. Buckner is clear, a further hearing if he waives, but the 15 days is for the other jurisdiction to come and pick him up.
Right.
Yeah, I'm aware.
He's-
Now, Judge, I do have one question. So if the state did not come within that 15 days, would you then consider moving on with something else, or how would that work?
Judge, under the law, the other jurisdiction has up to 30 days. So Judge, what I would request is when that 15 days is set, we'll give the court an update. And if the other jurisdiction needs the additional 15 days, we'll ask at that time. But detective, if you could reach out to this jurisdiction and see if we can get Mr. Buckner moved out of here within the first 15 days, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This guy put me in a bad bind.
Thank you, Mr. Buckner.
They put me in a real bad bind right here.
Is this the specification that was from the state dog barrel?
Judge, if the extradition calendar is concluded, may myself and the detective be excused?
Yeah, I think we're done, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
What about this in-state one?
What is from it's
Gonna be on the in-state calendar. Your Honor, so the HOA number 9, the Russian interpreter is on the Zoom.
That's one.
There's a Russian interpreter that's here for a defendant on the in-state calendar. There's also one that's here for a defendant that's on the felony calendar.
Okay. So this one is next, Joel Rivero?
That's the case that we skipped from that. That was
Oh,
absolutely.
okay.
the extradition.
Okay. I don't see anybody. Joel Rivero.
No, only the,
I put a stick in.
this one,
Mhm.
first, Russian first.
Yeah, that's right. I called this one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
Russian first,
okay, it's a
then-
different one. Oh, okay. I thought it was.
Judge, Mr. Marchuk is available. He is private for Matthew Myers.
Hello.
Morning, Your Honor.
Interpreter.
Matthew Myers on behalf of Andre Marchuk. I apologize for my appearance. I'm actually at a conference at the moment, so I stepped out.
Fine.
Is your client on the in-state calendar or the regular calendar?
He's on
I
the
believe-
in-state.
In-state, I believe the in-state extradition. I'm not sure what's going on with this one.
It's an in-state calendar for the Russian interpreter, and then after that, we have another Russian interpreter for another defendant, which is number 35 on the calendar. We're gonna do
Right.
next.
Great, thank you.
Is this warrant out of Sarasota County?
Yes.
I don't have any paperwork. Let me see. They took it. Hold on.
Okay.
It is,
Because
it's from
we-
Sarasota County with a no bond.
It was
With a
issued
note,
May 27th. It's a bond to be set. I have a case number for you, Mr. Myers, if you want it.
yes, please. I'm ready.
2025 CF 005059. N like no, C like cherry.
00509 C like Cherry,
NC,
NC.
right. It's an arrest warrant regarding a grand theft over 10,000, under 50,000, victim over 65.
That's very odd because we were the information was only filed yesterday and we appeared in court and there's nothing indicating on the docket of such. So this is an odd situation here. Does it indicate anybody that in particular, an assistant state attorney or somebody we might be able to contact to try and get this handled right away?
No, the only contact I have for Sarasota does not respond.
Understood. Okay, I am actually currently at the conference with our local Sarasota council. So Andre, we're on this right now. All right. So for the moment,
You need the Russian interpreter, correct?
I can understand.
Does he speak English? Sounds like he understood.
I can understand. Yeah, I did understand. Yes.
So he doesn't, okay. Dave,
Yes, Judge, at this point, we'd ask for the no bond, the reset date, and then when council figures it out, he can put it back on calendar to address.
okay.
can we have it set for Monday? Because I believe we'll probably have some answers very shortly.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you very much.
Reset for Monday,
Andre, I'm in touch with your mom. We'll get
Nice.
this figured out right away.
9,
Thank you.
no bond. Okay,
Thank you very much.
is there who else needs an interpreter?
So the SEFA report day is gonna be the 9th?
Yes.
Correct. Monday. Dmitry Kalashev.
Your Honor, what page is that on?
Page 11.
Thank you, Ms. Corey.
Need the Russian interpreter, please.
The Russian interpreter is present.
Dave,
Yes, Your Honor. I'm reviewing the A form right now.
okay.
Сейчас, Ваша честь, я проверяю.
Mr. Kelyshev indicates he has funds to hire a private attorney.
Господин Калашов сказал, что у него есть деньги, чтобы нанять частного адвоката.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Это правильно?
Yes.
Then Judge, if that's the case, I think perhaps we ask to reset this to this afternoon or till tomorrow so that he can hire his attorney.
И если дело заключается в этом, то, судья, я прошу вас перенести рассмотрение дела после обеда, чтобы он смог найти адвоката.
We'll reset to tomorrow.
Мы переносим на завтра.
А мы не можем, я просто хотел бы узнать, извините, а что мы рассматриваем сейчас, как бы, просто если это, как бы, пояснение, я пока даже не понимаю, в чем меня обвиняют, как бы, и что произошло, как бы, да, то есть.
And could you please explain me what happened? Could you explain the charges that were brought against me? I don't understand what's going on.
The official charges on the arrest affidavit, grand theft, second degree.
Значит, обвинения, которые на протоколе об аресте, значит, это кража в особо крупных размерах, второй степени.
Then decal counterfeit.
Затем подделка.
Number and decal counterfeit possession of.
И хранение подделки.
Я хотел бы уточнить
Some
просто.
some other charges associated with a vehicle.
И основные обвинения, они идут по отношению к машине, связаны с машиной.
Да, но я хотел бы уточнить, я купил эту машину.
I would like to clarify, I bought this car.
И основной вопрос, мы можем внести как бы залог за меня, как бы что? Потому
And also, can I put bond?
Judge, do you want to ask him if he's willing to waive the presence of his attorney so that you can go ahead and review for probable cause and set his bond, and then he could post a bond and hire an attorney upon his release?
И, судья, вы можете рассмотреть тогда дело его сейчас, чтобы он мог внести залог, и его бы освободили, он бы искал адвоката?
Yes, please. This is mistake. Can
I'm going to find probable cause.
Сейчас я буду рассматривать, было ли достаточно оснований.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what the bond is.
Давайте посмотрим, какой залог.
Judge, for count one, the standard bond on a secondary felony would be 7,500.
Let me see. Is there can you show me what the bond is on this charge? I don't have it.
Можете мне показать, какой залог по этим обвинениям? Я не вижу.
I'm just going to set a standard bond.
Я просто тогда назначу стандартный залог.
The standard bond for count one would be 7,500, and then the others are 2,500 as listed on the calendar, with the exception of the misdemeanor, which is 500.
Значит, по пункту первому 7500, второй пункт 2500 и мелкое правонарушение 500.
A lot of charges here.
А какие обвинения здесь?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Мне нужно будет внести всю эту сумму?
Do I have to put all this amount?
And the grand theft is to be set.
И кража в особо крупных размерах установлена.
Where's the state?
Штат.
Judge, I'm here.
Я здесь.
The standard bond for the grand theft second degree is 7,500.
Oh, it's 7,500.
Yes, ma'am.
По краже в особо крупных размерах второго уровня залог 7500.
I'm not sure how much you'd have to pay, but it's a lot here.
Я не знаю, конечно, сколько ему платить, но здесь получается очень много.
I'll set a bond. Is there any objection to set a bond?
Я буду устанавливать залог, есть ли какие возражения?
Judge, I have no objection to setting a bond at this point, and then he can hire an attorney if he waives the attorney's presence today.
У меня нет никаких возражений. Я согласна, если он отказывается сейчас от присутствия адвоката, и тогда мы устанавливаем залог.
Please.
$38,000.
38 тысяч.
Judge, just for our records, can you please help us to clarify how you're gonna divide that amongst each count? I know that corrections is gonna need that information, as does the state.
И, Ваша честь, можете разбить...
F 7,500, unlawful, count 2. Unlawful, I'm not sure what that, APP. 2,500. Count 3, VIN decal possession, 2,500. There's 4 counts of that charge.
5, actually, Judge.
5 counts. And then VIN plate removal and possession. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counts. And they're 2,500 each. Then grand theft, 3rd degree, 2,500. Then related to the sales tax, 500.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's $38,000.
Значит, 5 пунктов обвинения, 7500 это кража в особо крупных размерах, незаконная, 2500, потом 5 пунктов по подделке, также налоги, в общем, общая сумма залога 38 тысяч.
Сколько я могу заплатить сейчас?
And how much can I pay now?
I don't know, you'll have to, I have no idea. You'll have to ask the bondsman.
Вам нужно у бонсмана спросить, я не знаю.
I don't know about that.
Я не знаю об этом.
Okay. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Joel Rivero.
Yona, can I be excused? May I be excused? This is the Russian interpreter.
Yes, I think we're done.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you.
Anytime.
He's in pretrial. Corrections, is pretrial here?
No, pretrial nor Metro West are here. We'll relay the message.
He has no bond on this warrant. I'm okay if you appoint us, we'll waive his presence at this time and have it reset in 15 days for pickup.
All right, hold on 1 second. All right, thanks for your help. I appreciate it. Let me just do something here. Just want to document this if I did. Here. Okay. Okay, back to Joel Rivero. You want a reset date?
Judge, yes, we'll waive his presence. He's being held no bond on the warrant from Orange County, and the reset date should be June 23rd.
June 23rd.
Yes.
Reset. Okay, you got that? The reset date?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Who's next? Are we doing this calendar here?
Yes, should be Catherine Dean. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Stefano Johnson Garvin.
Yes. Stefano Johnson Garvin.
He's at Metro West, but they're on lockdown.
And the bond is $5,000.
I didn't hear what you said. How about Catherine Dean?
Well, Judge, Miss Dean is here.
Okay. Miss Dean?
Your Honor, you passed Mr. Johnson. I know that he's at Metro West. We're gonna call them to give them the dates and whatever the bonds are. This gentleman is a $5,000 bond.
Now, I show 11,000, no?
Yeah, that's what it's.
It's 11,000.
According to the, excuse me, I'm sorry, according to warrants, they withdrew count 2. It says Flagler County, withdrew count 2, so the total bond is just 5,000, which they only took count 1.
That's not what this says.
After the warrant was issued, then subsequently count 2 was withdrawn, so the total bond should be $6,000, correct corrections?
5 for burglary, 1 for the petty theft.
Actually, it's actually $5,000.
What about the petty theft bond, 1,000? There's 2 charges in.
Right. Grand theft, auto, 5,000 and 1,000 for the petty theft.
And the burglary of the conveyance is 5,000. So if they're withdrawing case 2, then the bond for case 1 is a total of 6,000.
Okay, so case 1, it says here reference to burglary and unoccupied of a conveyance. It says 5,000, and then the petty theft for 1,000.
$6,000 bond.
Okay.
So Judge, you'll appoint the public defender's office and we'll notify Mr. Johnson Garvin of the changes in his bond.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to do on that one?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Ms. Dean is present for the next one.
Okay. Catherine Dean.
Yes. She's a warrant out of Seminole County for failure to appear. There's no bond, Judge. You're going to appoint the office of the public defender and reset her for June 23rd. Corrections will make arrangements to have her transported to Seminole County.
You understand what's, Ms. Dean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's no bond. I'm going to appoint the public defender. And you have a reset date. Give me the reset date again.
June 23rd.
June 23rd. Have a good day.
Ms. Fowler is present. She has a warrant out of Broward County issued January 9th, 2025. She has no show capias. There's no bond, Judge. So she'll have to wait 15 days for the Broward Sheriff to come pick her up. If you can appoint the public defender's office and reset her for June 23rd.
Reset for June 23rd. No bond. Okay. Manny Caballero. He's wanted in Broward also. No bond. No bond. Where is he? I don't see him. Is Mr. Caballero here?
He's coming, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Caballero?
Yes,
Judge,
hi.
Mr. Caballero is present. He has a private attorney on his Broward case, he indicates, so I would ask that our office not be appointed.
Okay.
He has no bond on a violation of probation warrant. If you can reset it for
Run
June.
that at Broward County, sir. No bond.
And reset to the 23rd.
Reset to the 23rd.
Spanish interpreter, please.
He has a out on felon, he has 3 out on probation cases.
Hay 3 casos de probatoria fuera del estado.
Does that mean he's being held on local cases, corrections?
No, he's not being held on it, so I need to know if it's gonna be a no hold on those 3 out on probation cases.
Queremos saber si hay alguna detención en estos casos, 3 casos de probatoria.
What is the bond on this one? It looks like
2,000.
Well, I see 3. There's one that's 2,000, another for 1,000, and then another for 2,000. Total of 5.
Is there a Broward County warrant?
Yes, this is a Broward County warrant. It was issued in November 1st of 2021. It has a bond of 2,000. It's for being an unlicensed contractor, something with a business contracting without a license.
Okay.
Usted tiene un caso en Broward sobre la licencia de construcción.
So the bond, $2,000.
Tiene fianza de $2,000.
Okay. Set date?
Your Honor, do you want to hold them on the probation cases or no?
Who's talking? Who's asking me?
Corrections.
Are they Dade County probation cases?
They're Dade County, yes.
Judge, we'd ask for a no bond on that to be addressed later.
La fiscal está
Is that
pidiendo
a
que
no
haya
hold?
fianza.
No bond on the, you said the probation cases?
Judge, it looks like he was.
It might predate. What are the case numbers?
I'm looking up the
I have
Department of
F21.
Corrections website now.
I have F219615, F219613, and F219612.
He was sentenced in 2022 on those 3 cases, according to the Florida Department of Corrections website. So it appears that there would be no hold. State,
Right.
do you agree?
Judge, I would agree with that. I think that if he wasn't sentenced until 2022 and this warrant is from 2021, it would predate it, so there shouldn't be no hold on those.
No debe haber detención en estos 3 casos que han mencionado, ya que fueron en el año 22.
Okay.
So, state, what would you like me to do? The bond is 2,000?
I would ask that the court just leave it at that and not put a hold on the probation cases because this predated it.
No hold on probation.
Yes, please.
No va a haber detención por los casos de
Is there
probatoria.
a reset date?
No, Judge, just the bond.
The reset date is 6/23.
Y tiene una fecha futura de corte del 23 de junio.
Okay.
Okay.
Ujú.
Mr. Porto del Sol is present. He'll need the Spanish interpreter.
What's his name?
Porto del Sol. First name is Armando.
Did I do McCall Mira already? I think I did him already.
That was the one we just did.
That was
Armando Porto del Sol.
Buenos días, señor del Sol.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Morning.
Says no bond.
Aquí no tiene fianza, según la señora jueza.
Use of personal ID.
So Judge, this is a not in custody capias. He should be entitled to a bond on these charges. If we can reset him for the afternoon, I'll reach out to Broward to see if we can get him a bond.
La abogada está pidiendo que lo pongan para el calendario de la tarde. Ya va a hablar con Broward a ver si puede conseguir una fianza.
Okay. Daniel Estra de Palacios. He's going to come back on the afternoon calendar. Okay.
Spanish interpreter for Mr. Estrada Palacios, please.
Yes.
Mr. Estrada Palacios has a warrant from Polk County from April the 24th of this year to violation of probation with no bond. I'd ask to be appointed and reset him for June 23rd.
Usted tiene una violación de probatoria en un caso fuera de este condado, o sea que le están sugiriendo de poner el caso ya para el día 23 de junio.
Día 23 que voy a tener la corte.
¿Cómo?
Okay. Set for June 23rd, no bond.
Sí, va a ir a corte el 23.
Okay. Andre Marchuk.
Your Honor, that was the defendant we handled originally with the Russian interpreter, I believe.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, actually, Judge, this is Matthew Myers again on Mr. Marchuk. I seem to have copied down the case number improperly. I might be missing a digit. Is there any way to kindly provide that case number one more time?
Yes, I can get it for you. One moment.
Thank you so much.
The case number is 2025 CF 005059. And it's N like no, C like cherry.
I was missing the second 5. Thank you so very much. Everybody have a wonderful day.
You too.
Juvenile. Practice it here. The attorney's online.
Christopher Velasco Garcia.
62.
Christopher Velasco Garcia. Christopher Velasco Garcia.
Your Honor, what page is Mr. Velasco Garcia prompting on?
Page 20.
Thank you, Ms. Corey.
And that's Private Attorney Alberto Carantes. I'll promote.
Good morning, Your Honor. Albert Carantes here on behalf of Christopher Velasco Garcia. It's good to see you again, Your Honor.
Great. Good morning.
Yes, Your Honor. My defendant was transferred from juvenile yesterday. He's a youthful offender, and we're here for his first appearance.
Okay. Is he here? I'll see him. What are the charges?
Oh, his mother is present as well. The charges.
Robbery, armed weapon.
He's coming in, Judge.
State, I was going to ask, is there any possibility of a custody release to his mother with a bond and a bracelet with total lockdown? In this case, he's been in for well over 55 days, and we're trying to work something out for boot camp or something to that effect to resolve this case. The state was given ample mitigation as to his grades, people that recommended him, teachers, and he's a young man who apparently made a big mistake, and we're trying to work that out. So his parents are willing to take responsibility for him and have him on total lockdown with full GPS monitoring, if you would agree to recommend to the judge that he get a bond pending this resolution.
I appreciate that. At this point, though, I'm not prepared to stipulate to anything like that. I have in fact filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415D. I think the court has it. Mr. Quirantes, I didn't know you were on the case, but
Motion with the order and a stay away order. Give me some detail about what he did. If you can.
Are you asking the state or Mr. Quirantes? Judge, I'm reviewing this with you right as we speak.
Because it says your motion says it's a capital felony.
Judge, this is a first-degree felony, and it is one of the enumerated offenses listed in the statute 907.0415D. And therefore, it automatically qualifies for this pretrial detention, no bond. And generally what we do here is the court would rule on it. And if the court grants it, we reset it to the next court date so that division can address it. And I think that would be that. So we would simply reset to Monday. And I think Mr. Quirantes at that time could speak with the in-division prosecutor, who will have much more in front of them. And if this case has been going on and mitigation's already been provided, it would be in that prosecutor's file. I don't have that today, Mr. Quirantes. I think that would be the prosecutor that you would give everything to, and then you could speak with the division judge to handle the bond situation. So I appreciate what you're saying this morning. At this point, I do think there's probable cause. I'd ask the court to grant the state's motion to hold him no bond, but to reset for the 9/7/8/6/9 for the division judge to address the bond and this motion.
Your Honor, the state is correct, but I'd like the court to review the A form for probable cause. And based on your finding, then if so, we'll have to be in front of Judge Alfield on Monday. State, would you be so kind as to send me a copy of the motion you filed?
I sure can. Can you
Thank
put an email in the chat and I'd be happy to send it along?
Sure can.
Thank you.
$16?
Yeah, he's 16.
Well, today's Friday. I'm gonna sign the stay away order, even though he's not out. But I'll sign it. But
Judge, can you advise him of the name listed on that stay away order, please?
The name listed is Chris Miguel Iglesias. I'm gonna sign the order granting the pretrial detention. But I'm going to set the hearing for Monday morning in front of the division judge.
So is it?
Which would be Judge
motion?
Alfield. I'm sorry.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor. That would be Judge Alfield on Monday. We'll be
So
there.
Monday morning, I'm just gonna make a note here that,
So you're holding him, you're finding PC holding him no bond, but resetting to Monday to address the motion, yes?
correct.
Mr. Quirantes, I sent the motion, so you have a copy of it.
Thank you very much. You have a nice weekend.
call till 6/9. Division judge to address.
Bond status.
Bond.
Does the state have the name of the ASA that will be handling, so I can?
Sorry, what?
Does the state have the name of the ASA that will be handling it? I'll just have to call the office.
Right, give me 1 second, I'll try and see if I can find it. It would likely be the A-level attorney.
Yeah, if you do, so I don't interrupt you, just please send me an email. I'll be trying to
I
touch
think it
base
would be
with them, so.
Mr. Matthew McVeigh is the
Okay,
A.
great, Matt, he's a good guy. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what'll happen is Monday, there's gonna be a hearing in front of the division judge to determine what the bond will be.
Monday at what time? 9?
I'm not sure, you'll have to check. Oh,
Okay.
9:00. Okay.
9, okay.
Judge Alfield.
9:00. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a nice weekend, Your Honor. Good to see you. Take care.
Nice to
Bye-bye.
see you. Thank you. Emilio Sanchez.
Emilio Sanchez.
What
Your
page is
Honor,
he?
Mr. Emilio Sanchez has a
Page 11.
case. He'll be going to Jell Raymond next.
His private attorney, Mr. Takacho. Is he in the courtroom? I don't see his lawyer present, Judge. I see an assistant logged in, but I don't see Mr. Takacho now logged in.
Okay, what's your position on this? Your
Judge,
bond?
his attorney is not present?
Right, Judge.
Oh, now he's here.
He's here.
I guess he's under his assistant thing. He's joining now.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. I'm his assistant. Yes. I'm letting him know to log on. He's gonna be retained by this defendant. And he just wanted to know if he was gonna show this morning or afternoon. So I had to log on to see. Would you mind giving him a few minutes? Or just 1 second? Let me give him a call so that he can log on.
What's that after this one?
Hello?
So we can pass him for a few minutes, Judge. We'll have
Yeah, I'll pass him.
Thank you so much.
Rafael Moss.
Raphael Moss. Raphael. Yes.
Victim on Zoom.
14.
Thank you, Ms. Corey.
64. Oh, I'm sorry. 14. 14? Is that 14 and 4? Rafael Moss. Does that say 14 here or 4? Okay.
Yeah.
Almas?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, you speak English.
I do.
Okay. State?
Yes, Judge, I would ask that the court find probable cause here and set a bond along with the stay away order that we have sent to the court.
I see.
That
Go ahead.
said, we do have a victim present before the court, Mariela Fuentes, and I think she does want to address Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
If you can,
We need to have her
please-
sworn in first.
I'll swear her in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Mariela Fuentes.
Okay, you wanted to say something, Ms. Fuentes?
Yes, if you can not put any restraint for him to come back home. Myself and the kids would like him to come back home. He was actually home. He did do a DCF safety plan where he was actually away for 2 weeks. This incident occurred over 3 weeks ago. He actually returned back last Wednesday, went to meet with the DCF officer that's on the case. And we actually signed where we have a guardian that is going to start visiting us 3 times a week, and they've assigned therapy to the entire family. And he's been home. He got back last Wednesday.
So Judge, in light of that, I would ask Your Honor to issue a modified stay away order where he would be able to have contact with his family, but order not to be having any violent or threatening behavior.
So you want him back home?
I'm sorry, Judge?
You want him to come back home to live back home? Is that what
correct?
You do?
That's what
That
he's
is-
asking for, Judge.
State?
Judge, I understand what the court is saying, and I would, excuse me, not object to a modified stay away order, especially with the plan that's already been put into place by DCF. And ask that the court instruct him with respect to nonviolent contact and no weapons, the other language that's on the domestic violence stay away order that the court has in front of it. And then I'd ask the court set a bond as well, obviously.
What's the bond? I don't, there's no bond amount here.
Which I think there's 2 charges before the court. I think the standard bond for count 1 is 5,000 and count 2 would be 1,000.
Okay.
He does not have extensive priors. I would be fine with the standard bond.
All right, count 1, 5,000. Count 2, 1,000. Find probable cause. And a stay away order. Only as to, we'll have to modify this one. Can you prepare a modified stay away order and I'll sign it?
Yeah, you can just write on stay away.
Well, this one says that the defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with MF, which is the woman
Judge,
been here today testifying. So I'll have to cross.
Right, I would ask for guidance from the clerk on how we handle that. I usually don't submit a new one. Maybe the clerk can tell us what we do when we modify it.
You just write.
Cross it out. Okay.
Thank you, clerk. Thank you, Judge.
And what do you want me to, okay, so the defendant may return to the victim's residence. One time out, no. None of these apply.
Judge, I think that I would.
Defendant may return to the residence one time only within 48 hours. The defendant is allowed to have contact, but is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent.
That's the one.
So I think, Judge, that's where you would initial, and then the other one you would leave blank, or as it instructs here, mark NA for the ones that are not applicable. I think that must be how we handle it.
Okay.
Apologies, I don't normally do bond duty. I'm also covering for the ASA who normally is here. But I would guess that's how we do this here.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, we're waiting for him.
We do have, Mr. Sanchez's attorney is here now. If you want to go back, we can take care.
Good morning, good morning.
And I'll promote Mr. Tuckett. Oh, he's here.
Is the lawyer here?
Oh, yes, he needs to turn on his video. There we go.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you for the courtesy of passing the case.
Sure. How are you?
I am well. How are you, Judge?
Good.
Good to see you. Arturo Taquechel on behalf of Emilio Marcario Sanchez, Your Honor. His family called me last night. There was an arrest yesterday. What's keeping him in is an armed trafficking charge that one of the counts, which carries no bond. I would simply argue that it's not armed trafficking because there's no nexus between the gun and the contraband. But be that as it may be an issue we're going to take up with his trial judge.
Judge, I would argue for the purposes of today at the probable cause hearing, there is probable cause for the armed possession of MDMA and the armed possession of the cocaine.
I'm going to find probable cause.
That's the other thing. Is it armed possession or armed trafficking?
I don't think
armed possession has a bond.
I don't think, well, the armed possession of the MDMA is going to be no bond. The armed possession of the cocaine would, I think, carry a bond.
But there's no.
Interesting. Okay. That's the state's theory that I can say unequivocally that armed possession is bondable.
Well, I'm sorry, it's charged with possession with intent. I'm reading here, hang on. Count 4 is possession with intent within 1,000 feet, armed of MDMA. That's count 4.
Okay, so it's 1,000 feet from a school. That's bond.
Do you want to allow bond? Or you want me to hold them for a hearing in front of the
judge? I did not file a motion because this is not one of the enumerated offenses as we heard earlier, but I do think that with respect to count 4, it should be no bond. And then if counsel wants to reset it for a hearing. That's
which,
fine.
if Your Honor issues a ruling that there's no bond, I'll be doing that, reaching out to his trial judge to try to get a hearing on for Monday.
PC found no bond. Will reset.
Your Honor, he has 4 counts.
Okay.
So what am I getting no bond for?
Judge, the first 2 counts.
The judge.
Yeah, what they're saying, Emilio, the ruling is that all the counts have a bond except count 4, which is armed possession with intent to sell.
But
and I disagree, but
because when I was pulled over,
they found a firearm.
Oh, Emilio, I would really ask you not to talk about the case. This is all being recorded and could be used against you. We'll talk this afternoon and I'll have you before your judge Monday morning.
I have no problem with setting it right now on Monday, if that's what Mr. Takashal wants.
Thank you.
That's life easier for him.
Yeah.
Bond was, count one is $2,500.
Okay.
The other ones are to be set.
Have to set a bond, Your Honor.
Okay, says you're gonna set a bond?
Well, I'll set, I'm just putting the bond amounts, that's all. But I'm not setting a bond. There's no
Right.
bond.
So on 2, 3, and 4, there's no bond?
Well, actually, it's mainly the fourth one, just like the states have.
Right, so count 4 is the non-bond.
Right.
Okay. So I can inform the judge on Monday what the ruling is today. Okay, and then counts 1, 2, and 3, there is a bond.
2,500
each.
So 2,500 on count 1, 2, and 3, and no bond on count 4?
Correct.
Judge, count 2 is a second degree felony. The standard bond there would be 75. Count 3.
Well, that's what I asked. Nobody said anything.
Yeah.
Okay, 7,500 for count 2.
For 2?
Count 3.
Okay, and count 3 as it's charged is actually a life felony. That's
Count 3 is a life felony?
it's charged as, yes. It's charged as possession, armed possession of 10 or more plus or minus 10 grams of MDMA, and it's printing here as a life felony.
I need an eraser.
I'm unaware,
So, Your
Judge.
Honor, it's 2,500, 7,500, and count 3?
Judge, I don't no bond for 2 and 3 in that.
2,500, 7,500, and what's 3?
I'd argue that
I would ask that a bond be set.
3 and 4, and then we address it on Monday.
No bond on 3 and 4.
Got it.
And state, this is a motion?
This is messy.
No, ma'am, there's no motion because this is not an enumerated offense.
Okay.
There's no motion, it's not gonna be set Monday, it's gonna be set in the 30 days, whatever the arraignment date is, until the state.
I didn't put a date. I said reset for Monday.
So counsel, I think they're just gonna put it in the normal course and you're gonna have to put it on calendar.
I'll call the
But I'm
JA.
hearing.
Thank you. All right, Judge, good to see you. Thank you very much.
It's not gonna be reset.
You're gonna have to file a motion. George Hitchman Alonso.
Your Honor, these are added charges on his previous case. They gave him tap alternate 2,500.
What page is Mr. Alonso printing on?
And Devontae Jackson.
Corrections, do you know what number he is?
He's number 66 on the calendar.
66.
Page 23.
23. Okay. What am I doing with these? So they added charges as to Hitchman and Alonso? George?
Yes, Your Honor, on his previous case, they gave him tap alternate 2,500.
Okay. Is he still eligible for that? Is that, okay, we're gonna find out.
If this is an added charge, he should be eligible. Would Your Honor consider doing tap for this case also?
Yeah,
So he-
okay. Okay, we'll do tap.
So it's tap alternate 2,500?
Alternate 2,500. That's it. And a stay away order from Home Depot. He will or he won't? Okay. Okay, that's it.
I missed the alternate bond, Judge, 2,500?
2,500. Devontae Jackson.
Your Honor, these are added charges for Mr. Jackson.
It's on page 26.
Is he eligible? No.
No, Judge, I'd ask that the court just set a standard bond or $1,000 bond here.
Corrections, what's his bonds on the misdemeanors that are pending?
It's 1,500 plus GPS. And this is since 5/20. He hasn't posted bond as of yet.
Okay. Judge, would you just be willing to do $1,000 bond for this?
The way it was.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Okay. So previous bond was 1,500.
That's for a different case, Judge, but for this one before the court, it would just be $1,000.
$1,000. Okay. Okay. And you'll let me know if any of these people qualify. Lakeisha Johnson.
Ms. Johnson's present.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
Judge, Ms. Johnson has lived in South Florida all of her life. I have no probable cause argument. I would ask for pretrial services.
Be eligible for any pretrial services?
First one.
First one, Lakeisha Johnson. She is. So we'll find probable cause, alternate bond. $2,500. What is she eligible for? Pretrial services. Okay. So you'll be, oh, she's gone. Okay, she'll be released. Okay. Heather Lindsay.
Lindsay's present.
Date?
Judge, I'd ask that the court find probable cause here and set a bond of $5,000. She has numerous priors, so I would object to any sort of pretrial services.
Judge, there's no probable cause for the value of the car being between 20,000 and 100,000. So at best, it would be a third-degree felony, which carries a $2,500 bond. Miss Lindsay is homeless. I am asking for the TAP program for her release with an alternate bond of $2,500.
Judge, I agree with the value, argument, but I'm still asking for a standard bond. She just got off probation at the beginning of this year.
What'd she say? Miss Lindsay. What kind of services can we get for her? Anything? Are there any services we could get for her? Nothing.
Not here, maybe in the vision, they can get her something.
I mean, she's homeless. I don't know.
You can give her time, but they have to give her actually, maybe she need other services.
What do they do for her with TAP?
If there are any beds available, though, but we are able to assist them.
Yeah, she's homeless. I mean, she'll never make bond. She'll be here. I mean, what did she do?
She's alleged to have stolen a vehicle.
I'm not really sure what she was doing, what she did. Did she, was it I can't tell from this A form what she did. It says grand theft. Would she steal the car?
Yes, Judge.
Is that what she did? She was driving the car?
She's alleged to have stolen the vehicle.
Okay, so we'll try to get her into TAP with an alternate bond of $2,500.
And Judge, we'll need to give her a future court date.
It's 7.
7/7
Yes. At 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m. Okay. Okay, Cameron Nichols.
Your Honor, Ms. Nichols is out on probation F-17-13828.
I'd ask the court to hold her no bond on that probation case.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. You did a good job.
Welcome. You're welcome. Good luck. Yeah, but he needs a little help. Okay. Miss Nichols, how are you?
Hi, how are you, Judge?
I'm good.
Says who?
You're right. Oh, boy. State, did you read the A form?
I did read the A form, Judge. The issue we have here, though, is that she's on probation, so she would be held no bond there.
It says she was Baker acted at the hospital.
I see that, Judge.
It looks like she there was an incident with the nurse. What's your position on this, State?
Judge, because of the probate, I would otherwise be speaking with Miss Corey to see if she has benefits and how we otherwise might be able to handle this, but because she's on probation, I'm gonna ask the court to hold her no bond on that probation case and just put a nominal bond here, maybe of $1,000, so that she can get credit, and then it can be addressed in division by the division ASA and her public defender, if she has one.
I would ask if you would consider, Judge, I would ask if you would consider not holding her on the probation matter if she was at the hospital under a Baker Act. Obviously, there were some issues that were going on there that she needed treatment for. It looks like she completed her treatment there and was subsequently released. And then upon her release, she was arrested. So I would ask if you would consider no hold, Judge.
Consider what?
I'm gonna hold her. Division judge can determine her release. I'm not sure what
The bond?
be done at this point. If you read the A form.
Judge Standard, what bond are you setting here?
I put no bond. You want me to put a bond amount?
Well, she's entitled to a bond on this new case. Standard bond will be $2,500. And I'd ask that the court issue the proposed stay away order from the.
I did.
You just need to let Miss Nichols know that she's not to have any contact with that person. If the court could do that, please.
Miss Nichols, I'm signing an order that you're not to have any contact with RC, who was the nurse at the hospital that you had an incident with.
I have no idea who that was.
It says she was introduced herself, that she was gonna be taking care of you that day. And you had an incident with her, according to the arrest affidavit.
And judge the bond on this case.
$2,500.
Thank you.
Christine Adriana. Adriana Gonzalez.
Your Honor, she's being held on an AC no bond. She refused court. This is an added charge.
Judge, on Miss Gonzalez, I'm okay waiving her presence if you want to appoint us and we can set a bond.
$2,500.
That's for count one?
Yeah.
And count two? Standard is 500.
I'm just doing the standard bond.
So the count two would be 500. Okay.
Correction, do you have her no bond on the felony? On the.
She's being held on an AC no bond.
Great. Thank you.
Miss Ewing? You medicate him.
Malia Ewing.
Your Honor, Ms. Ewing, this is an added charge. She received pre-trial alternate $1,150 on her previous case.
Let's see, count one battery is $1,000, count two, $150, and count three, battery on a Leo.
Your Honor, the only case that you're addressing is the F-25-11446. Her previous case was already addressed as of,
The battery.
and they gave her pre-trial alternate $1,150.
Judge, I'm okay if you put her into pretrial on this one to be consistent with that.
She doesn't have that case.
It's F-25-11446 is the only case that we're addressing.
Page 2.
Right, we're addressing the battery Leo, so.
Right. What do you want me to do?
I don't have a prior, so I don't know why.
She doesn't have her priors, so she can't. Oh, yeah.
I have priors here and she does not have any. And based on what Collections is telling me with the misdemeanor, I'd ask the court to find probable cause based on the A form before us. And I'm okay with you putting her into pretrial services with an alternate bond of $2,500, which is the standard bond here.
Okay.
Okay. All right, PC found alternate bond 2,500 pretrial services. Okay. You'll be released today. Thank you. Do I have to sign this?
Yes, please.
Right here? Oh, okay.
Ms. Rodriguez is present. She speaks English.
Okay. That Rodriguez, good morning.
Your Honor, these are added charges for Ms. Rodriguez. He also has a fugitive from Broward County with a no bond.
And I have 2 stay away orders.
Should be 3 cases.
Sorry, 3 stay away orders.
Right, Judge, it would be the locations for each of those cases, which may be the same, but I just do one for each of the cases before the court.
Hold on a second. Let me sign off. Date?
Yes, Your Honor.
She had some priors doing this, same thing.
Correct, right. She's charged with the petty theft, 2 or more convictions. I think she's already being held on an AC. I'd ask the court for standard bond for each of these 3 charges and stay away orders from the specific Navarro in 2 of them and the specific Publix in the other. And we can maybe list the address so she knows which ones she's to stay away from.
Right, so I have 1 stay away order from the Publix at 11750 Southwest 104th Street.
Correct.
That's 104th Street and 117th Avenue. And then the Navarro at 8740 Northwest 40th Street.
2 cases have that listed as the victim.
Oh, 2 case numbers. Okay. So I sign those. So for count, they're all $2,500.
Yes, Judge. And if the court could just order her not to stay, or rather to stay away from those places that you just ordered, that you just
So
indicated.
count 1,200 to, or are we just here on the new one, the new chart?
3 cases, Your Honor.
We're here on the 3 cases, Your Honor. Each has the same charge of petty theft to or more conviction.
1487 and 1488. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what are we doing with her? Are we holding her?
I'd ask the court to find probable cause for each of the 3 cases, issue a $2,500 bond, which is the standard bond for each of these cases with the stay away orders as you just read. And
Corrections, these are added charges, correct?
Yes, these are added charges. She already came previously on 6-5 with a petty theft as well. They gave her a $1,500 bond. And she's also being held on a fugitive from Broward County with a no bond.
the judge, I just asked for the straight bonds at this point.
20. Okay, probable cause, $2,500 each case. Okay. Milagro Castillo.
President speaks English?
These are added charges.
Judge, Ms. Castillo has 3 cases before the court.
This is her her partner.
Yes.
Okay, let me sign these. Do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So you have to stay away from the Publix at 11750 Southwest 104th Street. There's a stay away order.
Yes, ma'am.
And also actually there's 2 orders from that with different case numbers, 3 orders. So you can't go there anymore.
Okay, ma'am.
And Judge, I just asked for the straight bond here on each of these. Their standard bond.
So for these 3 cases, $2,500 standard bond. Probable cause found. $2,500 bond. Okay. Have a good day. Nitera Frazier.
Present.
What's the bond on here? Burglary of an unoccupied conveyance?
Standard bond is 2,500. Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for the burglary. It basically just says she sat in one of the cars. Doesn't state that she took anything from inside the car. Looks like it's a trespass.
It says she was removing registration plates from the vehicle.
Right, from the outside. That's the 2 petty theft charges, Judge. They're saying she sat in the Jaguar and then got out. It doesn't say she tried to take anything from it.
Judge, I mean, I'd argue this could be a burglary of a occupied dwelling. She's going into the curtilage and she's stealing from the cars that are in the curtilage of these homes.
Well, he asked that she come to the house and return a registration plate. So it looks like he invited her to the property.
All right, I'm signing a stay away order. You have to stay away from 2035 Northwest 191st Street. In Miami Gardens.
Should I see no prior history for Miss Frazier, I would ask that you release her to pretrial services.
Is she eligible? Yes, she's eligible for pretrial. I'm gonna find probable cause, alternate bond. $2,500.
Judge, we have 4 counts here, so 25 for the first one and then 150 for the other 3.
Correct. Okay. You should be released today.
Rodriguez.
I wrote it on every single one of them. It's gonna be.
It has to be on each case.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me see that one. Let me see that. Okay. What I did. That's right. All right, you know what? I'm gonna have to do it on the other one then too, because there were 2 of them.
Yeah, okay.
3 cases. Okay. This one has same thing. Okay. Yeah, these had multiple cases. Josephine Lee.
Ms. Lee is present. She's accused of taking some diapers from Walgreens. Ms. Lee has a place to stay. I would ask if you would consider pretrial services. There's no allegation of prior convictions. Pardon?
She's homeless and she has priors. She doesn't qualify.
Well, she indicates she does have an address. She's been able to provide me with her local address. And if she doesn't qualify for pretrial, would you consider the TAP program then, Judge?
TAP. She has one count of petty theft.
Yes.
25, okay, I'll find probable cause. $2,500 bond.
Would you consider TAP as an alternate, Judge?
Well, it would be an alternate bond. And try to get her into the TAP program.
Thank you.
And Judge, there should be a proposed stay away order there for
Yes.
Walgreens. If you could read that to her, please.
Miss Lee, you're to stay away from the Walgreens at 52 East Palm Drive in Florida City. Okay. Signing the stay away order. Okay. You should be released today. We're going to try to get you into the TAP program. No guarantees, though. Soteria Merriweather.
She's present. Judge, these allegations are from December 2022, about 2.5 years ago.
Date?
Judge, it's the state's position that there is probable cause here, and I'd ask that you set the standard bond and issue the stay away order from the victim that's proposed before the court.
Who's KP? Is that the father of your children?
Yes, ma'am.
When was the last time you saw him?
The same day that I got they came and arrested me yesterday. He dropped my daughter off at home. We're very cordial. We don't have any issues. There's no disagreements or anything like that.
This happened 3 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Judge, I do see that. I have no information other than what the court has before it.
Is she eligible for anything? Yeah. First thing. I'm going to ask that she, look into, pretrial services for her. I'll find probable cause, but I'm going to set an alternate bond of $2,500 and give her pretrial services.
And count two, Your Honor.
Huh?
Count two is 150, Judge. There's 2 counts for the criminal mischief of smashing the windshield. That's
So-
$150 as charged.
100 and 150.
Thank you, Judge.
There's a stay away order. I understand what the defendant is telling the court. I'd still ask the court at this point to issue it, and then
I issued the stay away order.
Judge, would you allow third-party contact with regard to the kids, because he is involved with the kids and they are working together to care for the kids? To have at least third-party contact so that they can make arrangements for pickup and drop off.
How about number 6? Says the defendant is allowed to have contact with the victim, but is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent.
That would be fine, Judge. We have no objection to that.
Okay.
so the court's issuing a modified stay away order.
Yeah, number 6. Do I have to sign all these? I forgot.
Yeah, the initial.
All of them.
Ones that apply. or
Okay.
there's no NA.
Judge,
Okay, so I signed a stay away order. So you can have contact with him in regard to the children. But otherwise you need to stay away from KP.
So Judge, is it where she can have contact, but it's not violent or threatening behavior, or is it only third-party contact? So it's a
Correct.
modified stay away. Okay, perfect.
You'll get a copy of the stay away order when you're released. Okay. Jacoby Johnson. State.
yes, Judge, the state asks the court to find probable cause, issue the standard bond for each of the 2 charges, and issue a stay away order from the victim and the victim nail salon.
Tina 2, you're not to go to Tina 2.
I think that's the owner of the salon and the address that's listed there. I think I put it there, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I can't recall.
Right. Stay away. They're both on there.
Great. So it's the victim and the victim's business.
So let's see, count 1 is $2,500. I'm just going to issue the standard bond.
Judge, I see no prior history for Ms. Johnson. I would ask for either pretrial services or the TAP program. She indicates she does have a local address.
She's homeless.
Judge, she indicates she has a local address. I'm not sure why it says homeless, but either way, then would you do TAP?
All right, probable cause found. $2,500 alternate bond.
And the standard for count 2 would be 500, Your Honor.
500 for count 2.
And Your Honor, that was TAP or that was?
Count 1. Count 2. Tap, because she's homeless.
So tap alternate 2,500 and 500.
Correct. And the stay away order.
You want to give her a court date, Miss Corey?
We need a what?
You can give her a court date just in case.
July 7th. Court date. Okay. Cheyenne Hunt. Miss Hunt. I'm trying to figure out what they did. State.
Judge, according to this aid form here, it looks like she and the co-defendant used false identification to go into the bank and open up a checking account.
Okay. Anything?
Oh, Judge, I'm asking the court to find probable cause and issue the standard bond here. And a stay away order from the Chase Bank.
She qualifies for pretrial services. So I'll find probable cause. Alternate bond of $2,500 and pretrial services.
And stay away, Judge, from the Chase Bank, please.
You're to stay away from the Chase Bank at 12795 South Dixie Highway in Pinecrest.
Okay, thank you.
Understand?
Yes.
Tatiana Saint.
Your Honor, she's in Ward D.
Okay. Charles Floyd.
Judge, are we gonna reset her to the afternoon? Abstained?
We can try. I mean,
She's gonna be a reset to.
yeah,
Yeah.
by this afternoon. Maybe we should reset it to tomorrow.
It has to reset the afternoon.
For the afternoon?
Yeah.
Oh, she's been at Ward. Oh, look, she. Okay, let me add to this. Ward D. Reset PM. Okay. Apparently she's been there for a while. Okay. Charles Floyd.
So everybody's present?
Yes.
What are these, the afternoon?
No, that's the second batch.
Oh, okay.
Still a morning down.
This is an added charge for Mr. Floyd.
We're busy.
He was on house arrest and he
I'm
received,
sorry. Let's start over. Who's talking? Charles Floyd, good morning.
Money, Your
Your Honor, these are added charges for Mr. Floyd. He was on house arrest. They removed the house arrest and gave him roaming and these are added charges. The cases that he was on house arrest for is F20 18102 alpha and F24 18434 alpha.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 added charges.
No,
Oh, Your Honor, it's just one charge, F25 11507.
Just one. And the bond to be set.
well. If he was on house arrest, Judge, and he picked up a new case, I'd ask he be held no bond on that house arrest case.
This is from May 17th.
And the house arrest,
Yeah, but that's on the house arrest.
but these are F20 cases, no?
I have one that's F20 18102 alpha and F24 18434 alpha.
Right, so it seems to me that this happened after he was placed on house arrest. And so I'd ask the court that he be held no bond on those cases, that he was out on house arrest. Additionally, Judge, it's a state's position that there is probable cause here. And based on this charge, the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415D. It is an enumerated offense. We'd ask that the court hold him no bond on this case and reset to Monday so that it can be addressed in the division and be set for a hearing.
So Judge, according to the arrest form, there was no gun or weapon seen at all. So it would be a strong arm robbery, Judge, which is a second-degree felony.
Yeah, but was he on house arrest at the time?
They're indicating he had an ankle monitor on at the time.
State,
Yes, Judge.
what's your position on this?
Well, with respect to the ankle monitor, I believe that's because he was on house arrest, so he should be held no bond on those two cases. With respect to this case, Judge, he says, give me your scooter, I have a switch on me, parentheses, street slang for a firearm, and I don't want to cause a scene. The victim was afraid of that.
That would not be sufficient for armed robbery with a deadly weapon.
I'm gonna grant the motion. I'm gonna detain him till the division judge determines what the bond should be.
So Judge, you're finding probable cause for an armed robbery?
I'm finding probable cause.
And that's over defense objection.
Okay. So I'm saying today, no bond. Division judge to determine.
Judge, is there a stay away order there or no? I should have done one. I'm not sure that I did though.
Yes, there's a stay away order for AS, a minor who signed it.
Okay, so if you
The
could,
no bond with a hold for the cases and a hold for a motion.
yes.
Correct.
I'm sorry, State, did you put in a hold for a motion for PTD?
Yes, sign
The court is signing that motion, and if we could reset it to 6-9, so it can be heard in division.
Oh, should I put that in there? 6-9. Yeah, there was a motion and an order. I signed it. Alexander Hernandez.
No.
Your Honor, Mr. Hernandez is out on felony bond on F-25-10153.
Judge, I'd ask that you hold him no bond on that.
Yeah, the stapler.
All right. Probable cause found. No bond.
Well, Judge, I would ask for just the standard bonds on this new case and no bond on the case that he's.
Right, he's entitled to a bond on the new case, although he's being held on the old case.
So the standard bonds here would be 2,500 and then 500.
Okay, wait a minute. You want me to? So if I'm probable cause, $2,500 on the new case.
And 500 on count 2. There's 2 counts before the court. And then I would ask the court to hold him no bond on F-25-10153, which he was out on bond for when he picked up this new case.
No bond on the old case. Okay. So they'll have a hearing on this with the division judge?
Yes, he should go Monday.
Yes, Judge, but I don't think we have to set it. I think it'll just automatically appear.
It'll get set. Okay. Christopher Littles.
Your Honor, he NBC, he's not being brought to court, he's combative. He's also being held on an AC no bond.
Judge, we can waive his presence.
Can waive what?
We'll waive his presence. He's got the other AC he's being held no bond on. He'll go to court on Monday on that.
Date?
I'd ask the court to find probable cause and issue a bond of $2,500.
Probable cause, $2,500 bond. Oh, thank you. That's good. Is there a future hearing date? You're ready?
I don't think we set it, Judge. I think that'll just happen in the course of that AC.
Okay. Jimmy Pettifree?
Yeah.
He's present. Come on over, sir.
And there's a motion for pretrial detention on this one. And a couple of stay away orders. State?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Pettifrere has 2 cases before the court. I'd ask the court to find probable cause with both. With respect to F25-11556.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Sure.
Okay,
That's the introduction of a cell phone into prison. I'd ask that the court find probable cause and just do the standard bond there of 2,500.
all right, hold on.
Excuse me, the USB drive.
250-1556.
Yes, ma'am. Standard bond 2,500 with probable cause.
Okay,
With respect to the other case before the court, F25-11474,
yeah,
I'd ask that the court find probable cause here. And the state, based on the nature of these charges, has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041 subsection 5D. I'd ask that the court, with respect to counts 1 through 4, hold the defendant no bond. And with respect to count 5, he's entitled to a bond, the standard of which is $2,500. I'd ask that the court set that.
which, wait a minute, are you talking about 1474?
Yes, ma'am.
I only see 3 counts.
Um,
Attempted felony murder and fire.
if the court looks, you'll see there's 2 counts each of the first one and 2 counts each of the second.
Okay, I see it. Okay.
And so 1 through 4 are what I filed is what the motion is based on. So I'd ask the court hold him no bond on counts 1 through 4. I'd ask that the court issue a $2,500 bond on count 5. And I'd ask that the court issue the stay away orders that are before your honor and read them to the defendant.
Counsel, are you here for him?
Yes, Judge, just nothing indicating that Mr. Petitfer intentionally set anything on fire. They're just indicating that he's seen on video walking around with an unknown piece of cloth that was on fire. Nothing that it was any sort of intentional act.
State, you have a response to that?
Judge, for purposes of probable cause hearing today, it's the state's position that we have met the elements of arson and the attempted first degree, or excuse me, it's charged as attempted felony murder.
Okay.
Important to note, Judge, that located in his left front pocket was the do not remove fire extinguishing tag and pin.
Right. Okay. Let's see. So counts 1 through 4, $2,500. I'm talking about 1474.
No, Judge, 1 through 4, I would be asking for no bond based on the motion that I filed.
Oh, no bond. Okay.
Right. Those are the enumerated offenses that are in that statute.
And then count 5
is 2,500. That's the standard.
Okay.
And with respect to that case, Judge, there are the stay away orders before the court. If you could read those, please, to the defendant.
Okay. Mr. Petitfer, I signed 3, 1, 2, 3 stay away orders. One is, the first one says you are prohibited from having any contact with RS. It's dated today's date, June 6th, 2025. You're prohibited from having any contact with Nicholas Howie. And to stay away from 15401 Northeast 6th Avenue, the Oak Grove Apartments in Miami. And also Rosalane Pettifree. Those are the 3 stay away orders. And I'm signing a order for pretrial detention pursuant to 907 or 241.
Judge, with respect to that case, can we please reset that for Monday, 6/9, so that the division can set a hearing date?
Okay. And what about the other case, the 1556 case?
Judge, I would ask the court find probable cause and issue the standard bond of $2,500.
Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, there's one other one. Nancy Bidet. Baday was a stay away order. So there's 4 stay away orders.
Right, Judge, the one that you said RS, those initials, that might not be this case. Can you just review that, please?
Okay.
Or maybe it's an error.
Oh, it was here.
Right,
You're right, it's not. It's a different case number.
I wasn't, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And Alexi, it's actually the next case, Alexi Terrell.
Got it.
Thank you.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay, Mr. Terrell.
Mr. Terrell.
Date.
Your Honor, with respect to Mr. Terrell's case, it's the state's position.
He pulled a knife out on his co-worker.
Correct. It's the state's position that there is probable cause as charged. We ask that the court find probable cause and issue a standard bond of $5,000 here with the stay away order from the victim.
La fiscal dice que hay una causa probable en este caso, está pidiendo una fianza de $5,000 con una orden de alejamiento de la víctima.
I see no prior record for Mr. Terrell. I would ask if you would consider reduced bond.
Y la abogada de defensa dice que no hay antecedentes penales y quisiera una fianza más baja.
I'm sorry, Judge, we couldn't hear you.
And a stay away order from RS.
Your Honor, respectfully, we missed that because I think the interpreter was still interpreting. So
Yes.
what is the amount that you're giving or what bond are you issuing?
Standard bond. And then stay away order.
La fianza va a ser estándar con una orden de alejamiento de la víctima iniciales RS.
Audrey Murray,
Your Honor, what was the bond? Your Honor, what was the bond for the previous gentleman?
5,000.
Thank you.
Oh, just to let you know about the microphones here, anytime any of us speak at all, it totally cuts off your microphone. Just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, it was fine. It was standard bond. Audrey Lamont Murray,
Yes, ma'am.
oh, this is the partner of the this is the other one of the checking account case.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What did I do on that other one? I found probable clause.
Yes, Judge. I believe you may have given, I don't know what you did, but I think it's important for the court to.
Cross services.
Judge, I'd ask the court to take note of this defendant specifically's priors. He has extensive priors, unlike the other defendant.
He doesn't qualify. He has a lot of priors. I saw that.
So Judge, most of his priors are quite old, in the 80s and 90s. They're most of them are pretty old, Judge. Would you consider the TAP program?
What's the standard bond for this charge?
Each of these charges is a third-degree felony. They are not violent, therefore it is $2,500 for each count.
Okay. 2 counts.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 5,000 up, 2,500 each. I'm going to do the standard bond.
Judge, Mr. Murray indicates he does not have funds for a $5,000 bond, and he's
TAP
asking for the
program,
TAP
please.
program.
I'm a
Judge.
sick man, ma'am. I'm on a breathing machine. Take 14 medications.
He has way too many priors. Way too many priors.
You're old, ma'am. I haven't been to jail in 12 years. I haven't been to jail in 12 years.
He's 69. Judge,
I'm 69 years old, ma'am. Please, let me get the TAP program, ma'am. I get on a breathing machine 3 times a day. I have COPD. I have a bad heart. I take medication for pain.
Yeah. We take them? For what? All right, you'll go to, okay. I'll find probable cause, $5,000 alternate bond and the TAP program.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
So it's TAP, alternate bond, $2,500 each count for a total of 5,000 alternate. Okay.
So I got
Do you want a court date, Ms. Corey?
Oh, and there's a stay away order on the bank, from the bank, the Chase Bank at 12795. South Dixie Highway.
And he has an address, so we don't need to give him a court date. Thank you.
Oberto Feismer.
Your Honor, he's being held on an AC, no bond.
So let's see, where's the A form? Oh, okay, here it is. Hold on a second. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor. It's the state's position that the court, based on the A form before it, should find probable cause for each of the counts. With respect to count 1, the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041 subsection 5D. We would ask the court to hold the defendant no bond on count 1 and then reset this case to Monday morning to be heard in division to set a hearing. We'd ask first, in addition, we'd ask for stay away orders as proposed for the court already. He is entitled to a bond for counts 2 through 5.
you filed a motion for pretrial detention. Does he need it with the, so
count 1?
Go ahead. I'm gonna, on count 1, no bond. Count 2, what's the bond for count 2?
Judge, the standard bond for count 2 is $7,500. Based on the facts and circumstances here, though, and his priors, I'd be asking for an elevated bond for counts 2 through 5.
Oh, I thought you just said standard bond.
Well, I wanted the court to know what the standard bond is, but I also am arguing that it be elevated based on the facts and circumstances of this case and his priors.
There's not gonna be any bond for count 1 anyway. What are you thinking about what the bond should be?
Judge, I'd be asking for a $10,000 bond for counts 2 and 3, and then $7,500 for 4 and 5.
Okay, so no bond for count 1. Elevated bond for counts 2 and 3.
What are the bonds?
And then 4 and 5, 7,500. And I'm signing a stay away order for Christy Forrestal, Rosemary Gonzalez, and Xavier Hippolyte.
So Your Honor, for count 2 and 3, what is the bond?
10,000.
Each count?
So you've got stay away orders, no bond. What else? Anything else?
I think the court has covered it. Corrections, it's 10,000 each for 2 and 3, and then I'd like to just reset this for Monday morning, 6/9, to be heard in division regarding the motion.
So you don't want me to sign this order for pretrial detention?
No, Judge, I certainly do. I'm asking that the court grant it. The count 1, the attempted felony murder with a firearm, is an enumerated offense, and I am asking the court to grant that motion and hold him no bond.
He's getting, okay. All right, I signed the order. And the stay away orders.
Thank you.
Need the Spanish interpreter for the next case?
Yes, looking for.
So,
it's just a lot. These are hard.
okay, we're trying to go fast. Okay. Good. We'll take a break in a little bit. I'm almost finished with this file. This is a busy day, Kim. You should think about getting home. Okay, Carlos Gomez Herrera.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Cocaine. Possession with intent. 1,000 feet of the school.
La acusación es posesión con intento de distribución o venta a menos de 1,000, perdón, al menos de 1,000 pies de un colegio.
Why is he, let me see, I'll read what this says. Why the stay away order from Walgreens? State.
Judge, there's a trespass count here, which is count 2. And the A form indicates that he had already previously been told he wasn't supposed to be there and he was there.
Hay una segunda acusación que es entrar en una propiedad privada una vez que se le dijo que no podía entrar.
Okay. You're to stay away from the Walgreens at 1160 West Flagler Street.
Tiene que mantenerse alejado de la tienda Walgreens en el 1160 West de Flagler, de la calle Flagler.
The cocaine possession with intent.
Y la posesión con intento de venta o distribución.
Judge, I would ask you to find no intent. It's just, should be possession of cocaine. It's 5 rocks. There's no independent sale activity that's alleged. They're just saying he had 5 rocks on him, Judge. That's it.
It says, I mean, I don't know, is that what the statute says?
Su abogada está diciendo, pidiendo que solamente le dejen la posesión porque eran unas 5 piedras, no había ahí ninguna indicación de que esto fuera para ninguna venta.
There's no allegations and he was trying to sell.
No hay alegaciones que usted estaba tratando de vender.
State.
Judge, I would defer to the court on this one.
Lo dejo en manos de la señora jueza, la decisión, dice el Estado.
What's the standard bond?
On a possession of cocaine, it's $2,500, Judge.
$2,500.
La fianza estándar son $2,500.
I'm not objecting, but just so the court is clear, as charged, the standard bond is $15,000. If the court is finding mere possession, then it would be $2,500.
La señora fiscal está haciendo una aclaración de que el estándar en esto de la posesión son 15,000, pudieran ser $15,000 y sea indicativo de que hubiera algún tipo de venta.
Clause. It's 15,000.
Hay una causa probable, o sea, un motivo fundado, son
I can't
$15,000.
tell from the safe form.
Pero no puedo saber según lo que dice la...
So then you're finding probable cause for simple possession of cocaine for count 1.
Well, I mean, I don't see anything about him. There's not even any allegation in here. Date, am I missing it?
No, Judge, I don't see anything here.
So I'll find probable cause for simple.
La señora jueza encuentra que hay un motivo fundado
Trespass.
por la entrada.
So Judge, that would be $2,500 for count 1 if you're finding simple possession, and then the trespass standard bond is $500.
I'll find probable cause for simple possession.
La señora jueza ha decidido que hay un motivo fundado simplemente por la posesión.
Count 1, count 2, 500.
y por entrar en propiedad privada son 500.
Your Honor, was count one?
25, she said, corrections.
Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Edward Teitman. Petty theft.
Your Honor, based on the A form, the state's position is that there is probable cause for this charge. We'd ask that you find probable cause, issue the standard bond and a stay away order from the target at 3825 Northwest 7th Street.
What's the
That's for pretrial services.
Why?
We have a certain amount prior.
Okay. What's the bond? I can't tell.
Standard bond here would be $2,500.
That's high.
It's charged, Judge, as a 3rd-degree felony, petty theft, 2 or more convictions.
Judge, Mr. Titman cannot afford a $2,500 bond. Would Your Honor consider an alternate form of release or a bond reduction? He could afford maybe $1,000, Judge.
$1,000 bond.
And is the court issuing the stay away order from the target?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Teitman, you're to stay away from the target at 3825 Northwest 7th Street, and the bond is $1,000.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kim. It's, yeah. Very qualified. I'm gonna be here for a while.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Spanish interpreter Juan More, and I just came in replacing the other interpreter, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
So Antron Rents. Just hold on. State.
Yes, Judge. I'm just, one moment, I'm continuing to read this.
Okay.
It's the state's position that this is undercharged. There should be 2 counts here of aggravated battery based on how this A form reads.
Yeah, but that's not what the A form says.
I
mean,
understand, Judge.
That's-
Based on this, I'd be asking for an elevated bond. This is more than just a battery. This is an aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. If not an armed robbery with a deadly weapon, seeing as they took property.
It's the last line of the arrest form. It says that they identified Mr. Rentz as being one of them that jumped Brian and pushed him. So they're saying that what Mr. Rentz did was a push.
Except, Judge, under the principal theory, if the group was beating up individuals with deadly weapons and stealing their property, under the principal theory, they're also responsible for the actions of their co-defendants. Judge, I'd be asking for an elevated bond here. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is filed subsequently as something much more severe.
What's the standard bond for this? It's only one count.
It's not charged correctly. The standard bond, Judge, would be $5,000. I would be asking for a $25,000 bond. Based on the nature of what we're reading here and his priors. He's done 4 years for an armed robbery with a deadly weapon.
Because he's charged with a battery by an unauthorized alien, but he's listed as a US citizen. So they look like they clicked the wrong box. It looks like it should just be a simple battery, which is a first-degree misdemeanor, and that would be a $1,000 bond.
Judge, this is anything but a simple battery. This is an armed
I'm gonna go with the standard bond of $2,500.
Judge, the standard bond at a minimum would be $5,000 because this is a third-degree felony with force or threat, which is $5,000, not $2,500. A metal pole, I believe, is a deadly weapon. And I think this should be an aggravated battery. I'd be asking for a $25,000 bond on this case with a stay away order from the 2 victims.
So this count right here, battery as written is 5,000?
Yes, ma'am.
The judge, they're charging him with battery, but as an unauthorized alien. It looks like they clicked the wrong box. Looks like they meant to charge him with battery. Since they put in there for citizenship, he's a US citizen, Judge.
Respectfully, we're guessing at what we think they meant to do. I would agree, maybe they clicked the wrong button here, but I think it's unfair to agree that they were trying to go for a misdemeanor versus maybe an aggravated battery, which this really is.
So what's the bond for this?
The bond for what is before the court right now is $5,000.
So that's what I'm gonna do, 5,000.
The overstate's objection based on the violent nature of the charges alleged. Or the facts alleged, rather.
Anything else? Stay away order.
Yes, Judge, if the court could please read the stay away orders for the 2 victims.
Brian Rabachi, Ernest Sherman. You're to stay away from those 2 individuals. Abiel Perez.
Habla inglés, Peri. Señor Pérez, ¿habla inglés?
Mr. Perez?
Señor Pérez.
All right, let's see. Credit card fraud. Identification fraud. Scheme to controlled substance possession.
So you get one reason you want. Also. Dave, it looks like they used a credit card to get a room,
Yes, Judge.
hotel.
Yes, Your Honor. It's the state's position that the facts alleged here in the A form provide probable cause. I'd ask the court to find probable cause and to issue, let me look at flyers real quick. And to issue the standard bonds here, Judge.
Judge, in count 3, they charged him as an unauthorized alien. Again, it's another issue with the drop-down box. As the citizenship indicates United States, this is not an uncommon issue that we've been having.
Where does it say he's a citizen of, oh, it says US.
On the top right, yeah, right above the occupation area.
Judge, in that case, it would just be scheme to defraud.
So what are the standard bonds? 2,500. One for one.
Count 1 would be 2,500. Count 2 would be 2,500. Count 1 is listed as an F, or excuse me, count 3 is listed as an F1 at this point, but if the court is just finding organized scheme to defraud, that would be an F3, which would be $2,500 as well. Count 4 is $2,500. Count 5 is $15,000. And count 6 and 7 are $500 each. They are misdemeanors.
Judge, on count 5, they indicate possession with intent to sell or distribute fentanyl, but they only indicate 1.11 grams of fentanyl. There's nothing indicating they were trying to sell it all. They say that there's multiple pipes, so it looks like they were using it anyway, Judge.
Where does the A form say they were trying to sell it?
I don't see it, Judge.
Reviewing, Your Honor.
What's the standard bond on possession?
2,500.
On count 5.
It would be 2,500 if it's just simple possession.
And 6 and 7?
Are misdemeanors, they are $500 each.
Okay. So count 1 through 5, 2,500. 6 and 7, 500. Finding probable cause. Standard bonds
And a stay away order, Your Honor, from the hotel.
from the hotel. The hotel, you're to stay away from the hotel at 1750 Northwest 107th Avenue in Sweetwater. Okay.
Spanish interpreter, next, please.
Spanish interpreter present.
This is the co-defendant.
Andes Comendor.
Yes.
You charged with battery.
La acusan de agresión física.
No, Judge, this is a different case.
No, what? No.
Judge, Mr. Comendador is
Oh, that's an old charge.
yes, he is the co-defendant on the case.
Credit card fraud.
Fraude por tarjeta de crédito.
Oh, this is. This is the partner of the other one.
Este es el socio del otro.
Same, I'm going to do the same thing on this one. 1 through 5, 2,500.
Voy a hacer lo mismo en esto. Del 1 al 5, 2,500.
500.
500.
And then 6 and 7, 500 each.
Y 6 y 7, 500 cada uno.
And can the court please advise him about the stay away order from the hotel?
Yes.
Que el juez le deje saber de la orden de alejamiento del hotel.
You're to stay away from the Nouveau Hotel located at 1750 Northwest 107th Avenue.
Tiene que mantenerse alejado del hotel ubicado en 1750 de la 107 Avenida.
Okay.
Norway. Bien.
Your Honor, what was the bond?
Same as the other one, 2,500 first 1 through 5. And then 6 and 7, 500 each. Fernando Brito de la Torre.
He's not here. Corrections. Do we know why number 26 is not brought to court?
No, Your Honor, he will, he's gonna be NBC, he was disruptive.
What's that mean?
We can reset him for the afternoon.
So this will be reset for the afternoon. This is it. This one. Damian Fullwood.
Mr. Fullwood is present.
Cocaine possession, resisting without violence. Date?
One moment, Judge, I'm just reviewing.
Is there any pre-trial? Nothing.
Judge, the state's position that there is probable cause here. We'd be asking for the standard bond.
Judge, I would ask for pretrial services.
What's the standard bond?
$2,500 for count 1 and
500.
This is Mr. Fullwood, I'm sorry. Yes, 500 for count 2.
2,500 for 1, 500 for count 2.
Judge, would you consider pretrial for Mr. Fullwood? He does have serious medical issues that are going on.
He's got too many priors.
Would you consider then tap, Judge? He's here with a walker. He has quite a few medical issues going on that are fairly.
His tap. So pre-trial probable cause. Let's do all counts. Tap program. Just do that. Alternate bonds.
So you are giving him pretrial?
Yeah, tap, stop.
No, tap?
Yeah. Damien. Ruben Dario.
Spanish, please.
Spanish person.
Cocaine possession.
Posesión de cocaína.
Your Honor, for this gentleman, he has a fugitive hold from Hendry County with a no bond, and on his traffic related to this felony, they gave him $1 bond.
Este señor tiene un aguante por fugitivo de Hendrick County sin fianza. Y en el otro caso le dieron $1 de fianza.
From what county? Hendry County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, the standard bond here then would be 2,500.
Fianza por norma aquí sería 2,500.
$2,500 standard bond.
$2,500 la fianza por norma.
Is that it? Do we need to set anything?
No,
No.
No, Your Honor.
Isaiah Johnson?
Mr. Johnson's present.
Driving while license permanently revoked, resisting officer without violence. He has some priors, but they're old.
Would you consider pretrial, Judge?
I asked already. He's a signal. How
Then
about
would you tap?
what's the bond on this? Can't tell. 2,500, that's a lot.
2,500 counts 1 and 2, $500 count 3.
2,500 one, 2,500 two, and count 3, 500.
This is tap or straight bond?
Probable cause as to all counts. Alternate bond, tap program. Anything else? Counsel?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Probable causes to all counts, alternate bonds, tap 2,500, 1 and 2, 500 for 3. Okay. Isaiah Jones. I do that already?
Present.
Present.
Hello.
How you doing?
Cocaine possession. $2,500 bond.
Did you consider the TAP program, Judge? Mr. Jones is currently homeless.
All right. Probable cause as to count one. Alternate bond. $2,500. TAP program. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
The
And a future court date, would that be July 7th?
future court date, July 7th.
Do we know what division this will be going to?
Division 18.
Who is out?
Judge William.
Who was the judge? I couldn't hear.
Judge Milian.
Milian, thank you.
Are we waiting for a date?
7/7.
7/7. Thank you. Edward Serrano.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Listen, we conduct the court document. It's loud. It's echo when you know.
Oh, there's two cases here. Possession of cocaine and burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. State.
Your Honor, it's the state's position that with respect to both cases before the court, there is probable cause. I'd ask that the court issue, based on his priors, standard bonds here and a stay away order with respect to case F25111519. I think the court has it in.
Judge, in the case ending in 11520, they charge second count as a third-degree felony. Possession of drug paraphernalia should be a first-degree misdemeanor. It's not transportation of drug paraphernalia. They clicked the wrong box again.
Which one?
In case 11520, for count 2, they charged it as transportation of drug paraphernalia when it looks like they meant to charge him with possession of drug paraphernalia. Possession of drug paraphernalia would be a $500 bond, Judge. It's a first-degree misdemeanor.
You gotta use the restroom. You gotta use the restroom.
No, I guess my feet, they hurt my knees.
So count 1 Standard is, did you say 2,500?
Which case is the court referring to?
1520.
Yes, 2,500. And then if the court is finding misdemeanor, count 2 would be 500.
Okay. So count 1, 2,500, finding probable cause. Standard bonds. Is he eligible for anything? No.
Would you consider tap, Judge? He's not eligible for pretrial?
All right, tap.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You said tap alternate?
Alternate bonds. That's on the 1520 case. And a stay away, and the other case is the 1519 case. And on that one, there's a stay away order. So you're stay away from 7424 Northeast 2nd Avenue. Standard bond. What's the grand theft?
Judge, the grand theft is the panel with the GPS that is alleged to be over $6,000, I think the A form reads. You took the instrument panel with the GPS. It's gonna cost roughly $6,000 to replace. That's the grand theft. And I do object to the TAP program, Judge. I'd be asking for standard bond here, just for the record.
Okay. What are the standard bonds on, it says, count 1 is burglary of an unoccupied conveyance.
It's 2,500.
And what's the grand theft charge?
Also 2,500.
Okay. So this is on case number 1519, 2,500 for each count.
And I think you mentioned the stay away order, but can you just read it to him, please?
I did.
Oh, okay. I missed that. I'm sorry.
I read it to him.
And Your Honor, that's gonna be tap on this case as well?
Yeah, we'll do tap. So that'll be a $5,000 alternate bond. Okay. Okay. I'm holding the last one. Oops. George Vicente. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
These are allegations from 2023.
He's what? I'm sorry.
Allegations from May 28, 2023, over 2 years ago.
It's just the state's position that there is probable cause here. We'd ask the court, or excuse me, it's the state's position that there is probable cause here. We filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415D. This is an enumerated offense. We would ask that the court grant that motion, hold the defendant no bond, and reset this case to Monday so it can be heard by the division judge. And we'd also ask the court to enter a stay away order as presented before you.
So Judge, I would ask if you would consider not holding him held no bond, Judge, over the weekend. Looks like these allegations are from 2 years ago.
I mean, to determine whether or not this alleged victim has had contact with him.
Indicates they are not together, Judge. He has no issue with the stay away order.
I'm finding the stay away order. What's the bond for this?
Judge, it's no bond.
It's no bond? Is there any, there's nothing, no other, nothing.
Well, I might be wrong. This is a first degree felony. That would be $15,000. But we filed the motion, Judge, and
I have it here.
Okay. And so this is an enumerated offense, and therefore it's the state's position that the court should hold him no bond at this point, and that it can be readdressed and set for hearing and addressed.
So
Judge, I would ask if Your Honor would consider Mr. Resentencing needs to be able to get back to work. His concern is not losing his job over this case. I would ask if you would consider either setting a low bond or putting him on an ankle monitor with the ability to work.
I'm gonna find probable cause, no bond, and division judge to determine, what do you want to determine? Release and or bond?
Judge, when it gets reset on Monday, they address this motion and set it for a hearing within, I think we have within 5 days to set this hearing. So that's why we get it heard right away.
Sign your order. You didn't want me to sign it?
Yeah, that's what she's asking. She's asking me to sign the order, grant the motion.
Yeah,
So
I granted the motion. Can you hear me? You didn't say anything.
Judge, I can hear you. I am asking you to grant it and sign that order, reset it Monday. Excellent,
Okay,
excellent.
so the division judge will determine what? What is the division judge gonna do?
The division judge here is going to be Judge Lodi Jean.
Okay.
And they will, on Monday, set it for a hearing within the allotted time. And I know that he said he's fine with the stay away order. I would just ask the court to please read it to him.
So you're to stay away from NB. You know NB?
The victim.
Yes, I know her.
All right. Is this it?
That's the rest of it, yeah.
Huh?
This is unexpectedly big. It's normally not.
Great. Why don't we take 5 minutes or 10 minutes? Or are we gonna start right away?
That's not the afternoon, that's still the morning. We're still.
Oh, no, this is still the morning calendar. We had 95 people.
Oh, okay.
We still have another group of people after this, Judge, for the afternoon calendar.
Be here late. I know. I thought this was the afternoon. How much do you have for the afternoon? A lot? Okay, all right. That's what I signed up for. It's fine. I'm okay. I'll wait. I'll wait a few minutes. I worry about everybody else. I worry about myself. Except today's Friday. Okay, let's see. Anthony Jimenez. Petty theft.
Your Honor, it's the state's position there is probable cause in the four corners of the A form. We'd ask that you find probable cause, issue the standard bond and a stay away order from
That bond seems high.
the CVS pharmacy.
I would ask for the TAP program.
What did he took some shaving products totaling $197. Seems high.
Judge, I know it seems high. It is charged the way it's charged because of his priors. If the court looks at his priors, they're significant.
Anything we can do?
I would ask for the TAP program, Judge. He's currently homeless. They'll need to find him a shelter bed. Once they
Right.
find him a shelter bed, they would be able to release him.
Standard bond is 2,500. Probable cause found.
You're gonna do it as an alternate bond to TAP.
Alternate bond TAP program. Okay.
And a future court date, to July 7th?
July 7th, and you're to stay away from the CVS at 7400 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach.
Okay.
Alfred Vickers. How about him? He doesn't have a lot of priors. Disorderly conduct, no cross. He can what?
Judge, they charge him as a first-degree felony, grand theft auto. I don't see any value. It should be third-degree felony.
I agree with that, Your Honor.
What's the bond? What time?
If the court finds a third-degree felony, it would be $2,500.
Probable cause found. $2,500. Alternate bond. Is he pretrial services? Okay. He's eligible for pretrial.
Hello, Judge.
Darren Lewis, is that
Yes.
you?
Yes, how's it going?
Let's see. Four, four counts. State,
Yes, Judge, it's the state's position, there's probable cause here. We'd ask that you find that and issue the bonds. Standard bonds.
On his related traffic, they gave him $1 bond.
With respect to count one, it's an F2, Your Honor, the standard bond would be 7,500.
okay. He doesn't have a lot of priors. Anything we can
So Judge, with regard to count one, they're not saying that he displayed it to any of the officers during any sort of fleeing or looting incident. They're just saying that it was found in the car once the car was stopped. They're saying it was on the rear floorboard, so they're not saying he displayed it at all. I would ask you find no probable cause for count one, Judge. And I would ask if you would consider pretrial services.
firearm use displayed while committing a felony.
They're saying that it was found on the rear floorboard of the car.
That's what I was.
I'm going with the standard bond, 7,520 for count one. Count two. Count two. Fleeing, and then 3 and 4. Are those all 2,500?
No, count 3 is 2,500.
What's
Count two is 2,500, count 3 is 150. It's a
Is 150, the open carry? And what about 4?
That's traffic court, Judge.
That's a traffic court, and I think that that's already been addressed.
Okay, so it's 2,500 and 150.
Judge, what was count one again? I'm sorry.
7,500.
Would you consider any reduction of that, Judge? They're not indicating he even had it in his hand at any point, Judge.
Well, it was on the floorboard. It was right there.
But they're not, he's not using it, Judge, or displaying it during the commission of any felony. So I would ask you to find no probable cause because he's not using it or displaying it. They're just saying it's in the car, which is the charge for the open carrying, Judge.
I'm going to leave it at 7,500. Is there anything that we can, nothing? Okay.
Would you consider pretrial, Judge? Could you order him in?
I ask for every person, I ask for pretrial. And so far.
You could order him in. Would you be willing to do that, Judge?
I don't do that. Yeah, I'm not going to do that today. Oh, they do? Okay. Okay. Reiko Estupian,
Present, speaks English.
These are added charges. He came in on misdemeanor cases and they gave him pretrial alternate 1,500.
so burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and criminal mischief. So these are added charges to something from when? Let's see, trespass.
It's a misdemeanor, Judge.
Oh, 2 counts of each. The criminal mischief is $2,500.
Judge, there's no value that I saw in the arrest form for any damage.
Plus on the current charges.
It should be a second degree misdemeanor for each.
Yeah,
one.
it's 1,000 or more.
There's no value, Judge. Unless I miss it, I don't see it.
Oh, in the A form?
Right, there has to be a factual basis for the charge in the arrest form itself. Let's see.
Judge, I'm looking, I also don't see a value for counts 3 and 4. Therefore, it would default to the misdemeanor, second degree misdemeanor, which would be $150. I do believe there's probable cause for counts 1 and 2. Each of those standard bond is $2,500.
And I would ask if you do an alternative pretrial services, Judge.
So counts 3 and 4 are $150. And count 1 and 2 is 2,500.
That is the standard bond, yes.
Yeah, I'll go with the standard one.
Judge, would you consider pretrial for this? I see no priors, just no actions. Judge.
Pretrial? Okay. So we'll do alternate bonds. Pretrial services. Okay. And he has a stay away order from 1801 Southwest 32nd Avenue. Alfredo Vickers. What's this? I need to sign this before. Okay. Here. No accident.
Your Honor, on his related traffic, they gave him $1 bond on each. He had $2 bond.
Okay, I got a call.
So he bonded out? Is that what you said?
No, I said that on his related traffic case, they gave him $1 on each. He had $2 bonds.
Oh, the related traffic case. Okay. So this is for. State?
Yes, Judge. It's the state's position that there is probable cause for each of the 3 counts before the court. I'd ask that you find probable cause and issue the standard bonds here. Standard bond for count 1 is $7,500. It is a second-degree felony. I would object to any pretrial release on this one, if the court's inclined.
Which are the traffic ones? Number 5?
I don't even see it printing before the
Yeah,
court. but if you-
4 and 5, Your Honor. 4
If
and
you look at the A form, 4 and 5.
5. Okay.
They've already addressed.
Those were addressed already. Okay. So it's just 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
So 2 is 2,500. 3 is 500. What's,
No.
and I'm going to set 2,500 for the first one.
Judge, the standard bond for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is $7,500. That is a second-degree felony. I'd ask that the court set $7,500 here. He should not have had it, and it was on his waistband.
Okay. 7,500.
So 7,500, 2,500, and 500.
Correct.
Thank
And
you.
the other ones have been resolved.
Yes, ma'am.
Alexi Molina?
Spanish for Mr. Molina, please.
Spanish interpreter is present.
Comments?
Yes, Judge, with regard to probable cause, I would ask that you find no probable cause for count 1. There's nothing indicating that the breath is impeded, which is a necessary element. And in count 3, he's charged with taking her cell phone, but there's nothing indicating that she was attempting to contact the police at all. So it would be criminal mischief of the phone, which would be a second-degree misdemeanor.
Judge, with respect to count 1, I agree that there's nothing here that indicates she lost consciousness, therefore it would be a misdemeanor battery. I disagree with respect to count 3. He took away all forms of.
She started feeling faint. He was holding her mouth shut.
Correct.
She started to fight back, but started feeling faint, and then he had to put her into bed.
Your Honor, for Mr. Molina, he has a hold for immigration.
And we do need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Spanish interpreter, Mr. Brew, replacing Mr. Murin, who has left already.
I'm finding probable cause as to all counts.
Estoy determinando motivo fundado en cuanto a todas las acusaciones presentes.
Standard bonds.
Fianza preestablecida.
5,000, 5,000, and 2,500.
Quedará en 5,000, 5,000 y 2,500.
And Judge, can you please read the stay away order if you haven't already?
Solicita a la Fiscalía se lea la orden de alejamiento si aún no se ha hecho.
Mr. Molina, you're to stay away from Miss Alvarez. Do you understand?
Señor Molina, usted tiene que estar alejado de la señora Álvarez. ¿Lo entiende?
Sí.
Yes. The interpreter couldn't understand what was said by Mr. Molinas right now.
Judge, are you also ordering that he not carry, purchase, possess, or use any firearms, guns, weapons, etc.?
Su señoría, está usted ordenando también que él no puede comprar, portar, llevar consigo, comprar ningún tipo de arma, arma de fuego, munición y el resto.
Do something.
Your Honor. Your Honor, with respect to for the stay away order, the first provision, I'd ask that the court also initial indicating he cannot use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm.
I did it.
Okay, thank you.
Lo
Can you
dice la
advise him of that, please?
Huh? You're not to use a firearm.
Usted no puede utilizar un arma de fuego, señor.
Not to possess or use a firearm.
No puede estar en tenencia o utilizar un arma de fuego.
Or any weapon.
O ningún arma, indica la Fiscalía.
Christopher Sinatus. I have a note here that says out on bond, hold for Division 6. State.
It's the state's position there is probable cause here. I'd ask the court find such and issue the standard bond of $2,500, please.
He's also out on felony bond on F-25, 8685, and on his related traffic, they gave him $1 bond.
With respect to that, Judge, I'd ask that the court hold him no bond on that case F-258685 as well.
I don't know what case you're talking about. I only have one case here. 1489.
Yes, ma'am. Corrections just indicated that he was out on bond on another case. That is F-258685. So I would ask the court hold him no bond there.
08685.
That's what the state, you know, there's a vote.
Okay. So $2,500 for count 1, and what's no valid driver's license?
No, that's already been taken care of. The judge gave him $1 bond. What was the bond for the felony, Your Honor?
She just said 2,500, I think, correct?
25.
And no bond on the other one, yes?
Hold, a hold on the felony
Hold,
F-25, 8685.
I made a note here, no bond on it, on the other case. Yeah, that's on the 8685 case, no bond. Mario Allende?
Bond out?
Oh, bond.
Yeah. Right? Like, bond amounts, like online amounts, is there, try bond out.
Usually on the week, when I'm here on the weekends, there's a lot of those. Okay. Nestor Saria.
Your Honor, on his related traffic, they give him $1 bond. Mr. Sarah has 3 cases.
One 447, 1448. That's all I have here. Only have 2.
I have F25, 11447, 448, and 449.
44 what?
448 and 449. It should be
Yeah.
Greek.
Yeah. I don't have the other one.
Yeah, in the.
No, it's okay.
They were.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
So Judge, with regard to probable cause in 11449, he's charged with fleeing and looting at a high speed. There's nothing indicating any high speed. And once the motorcycle stopped, it looks like they arrested him. He did not try to flee after that. So I'd ask for no probable cause for count 2.
Which case are you looking at?
That's the 11449.
Fleeing, eluding, high speed.
Right. It should be a 3rd-degree felony. I don't see any high speed.
Well, it says he was observed driving through multiple neighborhood stop signs with no intent on stopping.
That would be the fleeing and eluding, Judge. That's a 3rd-degree felony. Do you agree, Ms. Sturgis?
I do, Judge. I think in order to get the enhancement here, Judge, it would need to indicate that he was fleeing at this high rate of speed, which we don't see here. I do
Okay.
agree it would be a 3rd-degree felony versus the 2nd-degree enhanced felony.
So what's
For
this?
purposes of today.
Let me see what we got. Yeah, the documentation I have indicates high speed. Fleeing and eluding at a high speed, bond to be set. So what's the bond?
On a regular fleeing and eluding, it's $2,500.
4,500?
No, 2,500, 2,000.
And then resisting without violence is what, $500?
Yes.
So 2,500, 500. And reckless driving. Did they already do?
That was a dollar bond was already set in traffic court.
$1. Okay, so on 1,449, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 500. Count 3's been resolved, probable cause as to all counts.
Well, Judge, you're finding probable cause not as charged, but for a lesser degree.
As to count 1.
Yes.
One, 4,448, cannabis possession.
Yes, Judge, I believe that there is probable cause here. The standard bonds would be 2,500 and 500.
Which I would ask if you would just set even a dollar bond or ROR on the cannabis charge. I'm not even sure if the state even actually goes forward on tests anything on the cannabis. It's 21 grams, which is 1 gram over the misdemeanor amount. It does not indicate if it was weighed with the bag or not.
As to the cannabis, $500.
For count 1 and 500 for count 2.
And 500 for count 2. And that's the 1,448. And the 1,447, strong arm robbery.
Standard bond there, Judge, is 7,500. And I would ask the court issue a stay away order, which should be before the court.
Standard bond, 7,500, and I signed the stay away order. Mr. Saria, you're to stay away from SM.
Spanish interpreter next, please.
Present.
Jorge DeVito, is that you?
Your
How
Honor,
do
he's out on felony bond F25-10941.
Indica correccional que usted estaba fuera bajo una fianza por delito mayor.
I'd ask the court hold for the division judge there. please?
La fiscalía pide retención para el juez de división de ese caso.
Your Honor, the state's position, there is probable cause here. I'd ask the court issue the standard bond of $2,500 with a stay away order from the Walmart.
Su señoría, es nuestra posición, está hablando la fiscalía, de que aquí existe motivo fundado. Pedimos que usted emita la fianza estándar de $2,500 con una orden de alejamiento de Walmart.
He was out on bond, petty theft, 2 convictions.
Él estaba fuera bajo fianza, hurto menor cuantía, 2 o más condenas.
What's the case number? 11450?
That's what we're addressing today. Your Honor.
Yes.
El número de casos que se está abordando el día de hoy.
So what's the bond on these 2?
The bond would be $2,500 here.
Su señoría, en este caso la fianza sería $2,500.
Your Honor, it's only one count. He's out on felony bond on the F-25 10941.
What was the charge there?
Okay.
Correccionales indica que en estos momentos usted en este caso está enfrentando solamente un cargo y que usted estaba fuera bajo fianza por otro caso número F2510941. Su señoría pregunta que cuál fue la acusación ahí.
It was cocaine possession, Your Honor.
You're
Tenencia de
staying
cocaína.
from George, from the Walmart store at 3200 Northwest 79th Street. So I'll find probable cause, standard bond.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, usted va a tener fianza de $2,500 con la fianza que sería la preestablecida. Tiene que estar alejado, tiene una orden de alejamiento del Walmart que está en la 3200 en la 79 calle.
Anthony Jones.
Ma'am. Your Honor, they lied on me.
Aggravated battery.
Should be charged as a second-degree felony, not a first.
Judge, I do agree with that, which is why I did not file a motion for pretrial detention here. I think that it should be the second degree aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Not the first degree as it's listed here on the A form. There is no great bodily harm alleged.
Okay.
I would ask the court to find probable cause for the second degree felony. That said, based on his numerous priors and the violent nature of this, I would ask for an increased bond to $10,000 and a stay away order from the victim in this case.
Counsel, your response to
Judge, I would ask for no increase in the bond.
what should this bond be as to the second
Standard
degree?
bond is $7,500.
That's correct.
I would ask for standard, Judge. He disputes the charges.
$7,500.
And can the court please read the stay away order to Mr. Jones?
Mhm. Mr. Jones, you need to
Yes, ma'am.
prohibited from having any contact with George Carbonell
I don't even know this person, to be honest.
or indirectly. Well,
I know they lied on me, Your Honor.
I signed the order, so you need to stay away from him. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, and his place of employment. I'm going to do a few more, and then I think we're going to take a break. Did you want to take a break?
Like a restroom break?
Yeah, you ready to take does anybody need a break for a minute? Get something to drink? We'll come back. I still have a long way to go.
You know, do a 5-minute break, Judge, for a restroom and something.
Yeah,
to drink?
how's that?
Okay, 5-minute break. Thank you.
I need a soda or something. Yeah, you want to get me a Diet Coke? I gotta take an Advil. My back hurts. I got a bad back. Hello. Back on the record.
We're on Mr.
Najee.
Mr. Cave is present, page 15.
Dave?
Yes, Judge, it's the state's position that there is probable cause. We'd asked for standard bond here. 2,500 and 500.
Judge, Mr. Cave is currently homeless. I would be asking for the TAP program for him.
Anyway,
Good for top judge, because he doesn't qualify.
tap. But I'm gonna lower the bond a little bit. Count one, $1,000. Count two, $250.
And a future court date would be July the 7th?
July 7th.
Judge, that's TAP, that's an alternate bond to TAP?
Alternate bond. Okay, Taylor Gonzalez. Claiming a living and driver's license while permanently revoked. $2,500 each count.
Judge, with regard to count 2, I would ask that you find no probable cause for driver's license while permanently revoked, as it does not mention the driver's license.
One moment, Your Honor, I'm just reviewing the.
Date?
One moment, Your Honor, I'm just reviewing the language here.
He's out on felon, he's out on probation on 2 cases.
Judge, I'd ask that you hold him on those.
So the officer asks the driver for his driver's license and registration. The driver told, it doesn't say anything about the driver's license.
I'm okay with $1 bond for count 2, Judge, since he has other issues going on.
$1. Count 1. $2,500. Probable cause found. Anything? Nothing.
Judge, he's on probation. You're gonna hold him no bond on those 2 cases?
On which 2 cases?
F-23-19828 and F-23-19832.
Oh, I see it. 19828, 19832. Okay. So we'll hold no bond on the other cases. Okay. Gregory Arrington.
Present.
On felony bond F-25-5736.
Huh?
Your Honor, he's on out on felony bond. I'd ask that you hold him for the division judge on that case. With the respect to the case before you, state's position is there is probable cause. I'd ask for the standard bond of $2,500 and a stay away order from the Walgreens.
Judge, I would ask you to find probable cause for a 2nd-degree misdemeanor petty theft. There are no allegations of prior convictions within the 4 corners of the arrest form.
Is this Gregory Arrington?
Yes.
Yeah.
The last line says the defendant is a known theft subject and then lists F-25-5736 and B-25-3148 are 2 cases that he has on file.
That does not state he has 2 prior convictions.
Judge, if the court would be so inclined, I can share my screen and pull up those cases to show that they are in fact convictions.
No. We're on the record.
So Judge, on one of the cases that the officer mentions, F-25-5736 is an open case. That's not a conviction. That's one you're holding him on right now, Judge. So that's not a prior conviction.
He's out on bond.
Correct. However, there's no allegation of 2 prior convictions for theft, so it would be just a 2nd-degree misdemeanor petty theft for taking diapers.
Judge, I'd be happy to show you judgment and sentences from many other petty theft convictions here. And the court can take judicial notice of those signed.
For Division 13, $2,500, $2,500 bond.
$2,500 bond with a hold?
And a hold. $2,500 bond on this 1465 and on the 5736. A hold.
It's a hold, yeah.
And stay away from Walgreens.
And stay
Oh,
away from
Judge, one moment. He's back, Judge. You want to give him the stay away order?
Yeah, I heard the stay away order earlier.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Crawford, Michigan.
Your Honor, Mr. Crawford has 2 out on probation cases, F-23, 16820 Alpha, and F-23, 16718.
Your Honor, after reading the AIP form, this state's position is that there is probable cause for the 3 counts before the court. We'd ask for standard bond in each of those, which is 2,500, 500, and 500. And I'd also ask that you hold a no bond on the probation case.
Count 1, fleeing and eluding, is that count? That's $2,500. Count 2, cannabis. Count 3, resisting. And what about driving while the license is suspended? What happened with that one?
That was a dollar bond, Your Honor.
It's a traffic case handled in traffic court or misdemeanor.
So it's 2,500, 5 and 5.
And the hold for the probation?
Probable cause. Hold for probation. Websterly.
Yeah.
Aggravated battery. Any pretrial services here? He doesn't have a lot of priors.
Judge, I would object to pretrial services on this domestic case.
Why?
Pretty violent. He's hitting her with a baseball bat.
Judge, this is from December 2024. He does support 4 children, Judge. I would ask for pretrial.
What's the bond for an aggravated battery?
$7,500 is a standard bond, Judge. So Mr. Websterly, Judge has informed me that he's very amicable with the alleged victim in the case. They do share 4 children together and have had very recent contact.
Well, for purposes of today's hearing, what's the bond for the count? It's only one count, but he hit her with a baseball bat.
The standard bond for this count would be $7,500, and I would be asking for a stay away order from the victim.
Yeah, I signed the stay away order, so
Can they have third-party contact, Judge, for the kids at least?
I can't read
I love them kids. I need
MW? I can't read your writing.
Judge, it is MW. is the victim.
Okay.
And Judge, you said they are or are not allowed to have third-party contact with regard to the children?
Is that on here?
It should be.
This is only for the, I don't think it's in here. So you're not to have contact with MW. Do you live with her?
No, ma'am.
Stefano, charitable?
Judge, before we finish with Mr. Webster Lee, can you just define what he can and cannot do with respect to contact with the victim, please?
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess any illegal drugs. Don't carry a firearm. You're prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with MW, including contact in person and writing, by telephone, through social media.
So Judge, are you allowed, is he allowed to have third-party contact so he can see his children, Judge?
It's not in here. Where is it in here? Doesn't say anything about that. The defendant may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours to get his personal clothing, but I'm gonna put it's NA because he doesn't live with her. You're not allowed to have any contact with the victim. And that's it. It doesn't say anything about the children. It's not in here. This is only about the girlfriend.
Then would you be willing to write it into the order, Judge, and he can have third-party contact to make arrangements for child sharing?
How old are your kids?
I have a 12-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
And she's the mother of all of them?
All of them.
And how often do you see them?
I try to see them every day, after work or before work. Look, like if I'm on my lunch break, I try to see them on my lunch break.
Well, what do you want me to write? What can you agree on?
I just want to be able
I'm
to.
not talking to you. I'm talking to the lawyers.
That he's entitled to have third-party contact to make child sharing arrangements?
That's very vague.
Well, that way he can maybe use his mother or a friend or other relative to be able to communicate with MW so they can make arrangements so he can see his children. And that way it will be a direct contact with her.
Say something. This is a bond hearing. This is not the whole case. That's something you can do later and have the judge sign it and figure out who it's going to be and who's going to be the one that's the third party. And this is just so he stays away from the victim for right now. Though all those things can have to be worked out. I mean, who's the third party going to be?
As long as it's not MW, Judge, that way he wouldn't have any contact.
Yeah, but who is it?
Who? Do you have a family or friend?
I can use my mom, my grandmother, I can use my auntie, sister, anybody, any of my relatives.
I'm going to move on. These are serious allegations. He took very serious allegations. So it doesn't mean he can't see his children. I want to make that very clear, but all that needs to be worked out. They need to enter into an agreement about who's going to do it. And Stefano Charitable. Mm-hmm. There's five stay away orders here. Why so many?
Because, Your Honor, Mr. Charitable has 4 cases before the court this afternoon, and one of those cases has 2 alleged victims.
So it's 11498, 11499, and 11500.
And 11497. Your Honor, it's the state's position with respect to each of these 4 cases that there is probable cause. In each of the cases, with respect to the grand theft, the amount is met for 3rd-degree grand theft, and each of the cases was an organized scheme to defraud. We'd ask that the court find probable cause and issue the standard bonds here with stay-away orders as presented to the court.
Why do you need a stay-away order?
Because there are victims in this case who he stole from and manipulated, and they do not have any interest in him having contact with them while this case is pending.
So you have one case for each victim?
As presented, yes, it seems that the detective here has a different A form for each different incident.
Let's
And
take 11497.
So with that respect to that case, Judge, the state's position is there's probable cause. We'd ask for count 1 to be 2,500, count 2 to be 2,500, and there to be a stay away order from the victim, Afolabi Agbula, and the second victim, Anaya Hill.
Judge, I would ask if you would consider pretrial services for Mr. Charitable. At this point, the police apparently confiscated his wallet and his phone, so he does not have funds available to be able to post a bond. I would ask for pretrial services.
I would object to that based on the nature of these charges.
Does he have any priors that he can't do pretrial services?
I see no process, no actions, no priors, Judge, I see.
All right, it's to 11497. No. Okay. So it's to 11497, probable cause found. There's 2 counts. They're each 2,500. Date?
Yes, Judge. Every count here has a standard bond of 2,500.
So count 1 and count 2, 2,500.
Did you do an alternate pretrial services, Judge? It's got no prior record. These are allegations. Some from
He has a
October, July.
of the chart of the.
These are from last year, Judge. Except for one's from January. The other one's from July and October of last year.
Which ones? He has prior grand thefts, that's why.
Is prior thefts from Miami-Dade County? Because I don't see any from Miami-Dade County.
Were they no crossed? Yeah.
Those are null process?
Some of these allegations are pretty, they don't look good. So this. You're stay away from, I have 4 stay away orders, non-domestic violence stay away orders. One is from Afolabi Agbula, Anaya Hill, Douglas Choi, Fuladian Eleazar and Ismail Voltaire not to have any contact directly or indirectly in person in writing by telephone, pager, fax, or through third persons with any of these people. And you're to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school. And also any electronic contact is prohibited, including Facebook. So that's as to 11,497.
So Judge, would you consider pretrial services, Judge?
No.
They took his wallet and his phone, he just doesn't have the money available for the bond, Judge. Pretrial can make sure he comes back to court, he can have contact with them.
I'm not making that decision myself. If pretrial says it's okay, I do it. And they said it's not.
Then would you do TAP, Judge?
Not agree
I'm not
with
sure why he doesn't qualify if he has no priors.
You can what? It's up to, I don't make those decisions.
It's up to you.
All right. Pre-trial. So we'll do an alternate bond. If they take them. And on the 1499. It's the same thing. It's 2,500 each.
Just so on 11497, they're 2,500 each, no pretrial?
On all of them, pre-trial and all of them. Alternate bond.
Okay, so all cases, all counts on all 4 cases, you have pretrial alternate 2,500 each count?
Correct.
Judge, that would be over state's objection.
What's your objection?
My objection is to an alternate form of release here. This was a continued course of conduct over a year where he victimized numerous people doing the exact same manipulative action of renting apartments and taking money from people when he had no place to rent. It's the state's position that a standard bond totaling $20,000 is what would be appropriate here.
So Judge, the purpose of bond would be to make sure Mr. Charitable comes back to court. Pretrial services would be able to do the same.
Well, I read the A form. It's, you know what? He did promise an apartment to a couple of people and didn't.
Those are the allegations, Judge. He's presumed innocent.
Well, right now we're at this stage where that's all I can go by is what's in the A form. He's entitled to a bond if he can make the bond. He doesn't have a lot of priors.
I don't see any priors for him, Judge. I see no convictions.
That's the reason. Okay. Kenneth Harris.
Judge, just to be clear, all cases, pretrial alternate 2,500 each count, correct? Thank you.
Cocaine possession, tampering with physical evidence. Dave?
Your Honor, the state's position is that there's probable cause in the four quarters of the A form, and I defer to the court with respect to a bond here. He does not have very many priors.
Judge, would you consider reducing the bond for Mr. Harris?
Is he eligible for pretrial service? Yes, please. I'm gonna, standard bond, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500, alternate bond, pretrial services. He'll be released. Wendell Jones. Throwing arm robbery.
Your Honor, the state's position is that there's probable cause here. We'd be asking for the standard bond. Count 1 would be 7,500. Count 2 would be 5,000. And count 3 would be 1,000. And a stay away order from the victim.
So the first, so it's 7,500 for count 1?
Yes.
And count 2?
5,000.
And count 3?
1,000.
So I'm gonna do standard bonds.
Judge, Mr. Jones is telling me he has about $800 or $900 to be able to put toward bond. Would Your Honor be willing to set a bond between $8,000 and $9,000?
No, I'm gonna go with the standards. These are, the A form has some bad allegations in it. I signed a stay away from Mr. Jones. You're to stay away from Tatiana Thompson. No contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media. You have to stay away from her. Do you have any children with her?
Your children together?
Oh, no.
No, Judge.
You're not to use, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Do you live with her?
No, she moved out.
Okay. Okay. Hazim Tapia?
Bond out.
Williams, Jaja Williams?
Bond out.
Raydell Sanchez?
The Spanish interpreter for Mr. Sanchez, please. Corrections, these are added charges.
Present.
Yes, this is added charges. His sentence,
Indica correccionales que estos son cargos adicionales.
his sentence expires June 20th of 2025.
Y además indica que su sentencia caduca el 20 de junio del 2025.
Two convictions of petty theft.
You know, I'm sorry for the interpreter. You said 10 convictions?
Two convictions of petty theft.
Aquí tenemos 2 condenas previas de hurto de menor cuantía.
So these are added convictions. This is in case 11485.
This is an added allegation, and it's an incident from October 2024.
Entonces se pregunta a su señoría si estas son condenas adicionales y que estamos hablando del 11485. Indica la defensa que estas son alegaciones o acusaciones añadidas que datan del 20 de octubre del 2024.
Would you consider a $1,000 bond, Judge?
Le pide que a su señoría que considere una fianza de $1,000.
$1,000 bond.
Se establece.
And Your Honor, a stay away order from the marshals, please.
Pide la fiscalía una orden de alejamiento de la tienda Marshalls.
Mr. Sanchez, you're to stay away from the Marshall store at 14093 Southwest 88th Street.
Señor Sánchez, usted tiene que estar alejado de la tienda Marshalls ubicada en el 14093 del suroeste 88 calle.
Angel Prayer? What does this mean?
He was not brought to court because he was in medical, so it has to see if they still have him, if he's still in medical.
Angel Prayer, is he still in medical?
He's here, Judge, one moment.
Got 2 cases. I've never had a day like this. Where is he?
Need the Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
Why does he have two cases? The same,
Pregunta.
looks like the same.
2 different dates.
One happened in April, one happened in June.
Su señoría pregunta en cuanto a por qué hay 2 casos al parecer iguales. Indican tanto la fiscalía como la defensa que fueron fechas separadas, que uno pasó en abril y otro en junio.
Date? As to 11348.
With respect to 11348, it's the state's position that there is probable cause for each of the 2 charges before the court. We'd ask for the standard bonds of $2,500 each.
Entonces pregunta a su señoría fiscalía cuál es su posición en el caso 11348. La fiscalía indica: nuestra posición es que aquí hay motivo fundado para cada una de las acusaciones contenidas en ese caso y debería poner fianza estándar de $2,500 en cada una.
Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause. According to the arrest form, there's multiple bedrooms. It's not clear from the arrest form how many people live in the home. And
Entonces indica la defensa: su señoría, pedimos que no haya motivo fundado. Aquí, a juzgar por lo que dice la orden de arresto, no tenemos claro cuántas personas viven en esa casa, ya que hay múltiples habitaciones, múltiples cuartos.
at best, it would be possession of cocaine for the 4 loose rocks.
Y eso es en cuanto a la tenencia de cocaína y a las piedras sueltas.
Judge, it's the state's position, he is charged with the cocaine possession. And with respect to count 1, he is the person who's inside the incident location where all of these drugs were found.
Right, but what is this?
Su señoría, la posición de la fiscalía es que él es acusado de estar en tenencia de cocaína, y en cuanto al cargo número 1, él fue la persona que fue hallada dentro de la ubicación donde todas estas drogas fueron encontradas.
What's count 1?
Count 1 is owning or renting a place for the purposes of trafficking in drugs.
Where does it say that?
It doesn't, Judge.
Where does it say what? That's what the charge is?
There's trafficking.
Yeah, where does it say that in the A form?
Entonces su señoría le pregunta a la fiscalía que cuál es la acusación número 1. La fiscalía indica que es el haber tenido un lugar o haber estado alquilando un lugar con propósitos de tráfico. Y su señoría pregunta: ¿pero dónde está el indicio de que aquí había tráfico? Y dice la defensa: pues en ningún lado, no está en la orden de arresto.
Judge, I don't see mention of the trafficking.
What?
I don't see mention of trafficking.
No.
Let me look up that statute.
La fiscalía coincide en que no ve que se hace mención por ninguna parte de que haya habido tráfico y le va a echar un vistazo a los estatutos.
I'll find probable cause for count 2.
Judge, it's not just trafficking, it's trafficking or for the sale of a controlled substance. It doesn't have to be a trafficking amount. Or for the
Indica usted,
I'm sorry,
No,
Madam.
but it doesn't say anything about it in the A form, nothing.
Judge, I'm pausing for the interpreter.
entonces, su señoría inicialmente indicó, voy a hallar motivo fundado para la acusación número 2, entonces responde la fiscalía que según los estatutos no es solamente tráfico, sino el haber tenido un lugar destinado para la venta de sustancias reguladas, que no necesariamente tiene que ser tráfico.
Judge, if the court's not inclined to find probable cause, I'd be asking to reset this for a PCH, for a probable cause hearing.
Okay.
Si su señoría no se siente inclinada a determinar que existe motivo fundado, yo le pido que aplacemos esta causa para llevar a cabo una audiencia de motivo fundado.
What about the other case? 11347.
If we reset one, you're going to reset both cases.
Okay.
Do you need interpreter?
Entonces, pregunta su señoría, ¿y qué tal con el caso 11347?
Judge, it's the state's position here that there's probable cause for each of these 3 counts, although I think that the possession in the, which is number 1, and the sale, which is number 3, go hand in hand.
Get it, counsel. Rules, Scully?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, for the interpreter, you said reset it?
Yeah.
They're both set for probable cause. Okay, thank you.
So it's reset for the afternoon for PCH? Judge,
Okay.
can you hear me?
That's it, Your Honor.
I said yes. Did you hear me say yes?
No.
No, I didn't, Judge. Thank you.
I said yes. I wasn't. I was talking.
Quedan aplazados los casos, señor, para la tarde.
Maybe I only hear myself. Scully.
He received $1 bond on his traffic case.
Grand theft, vehicle, criminal it's really cold in here, isn't it?
Yes.
Criminal mischief, 1,000 or more and no valid driver's license. State.
One moment, Judge, I'm just reviewing briefly. The judge, it's the state's position that there's probable cause for each of these 2 counts before the courts. It indicates specifically that there was approximately $2,000 in damage to the vehicle. I'd ask that the court find probable cause and set the standard bonds here, which are. Oh, wait, hold on. It's charges 1st degree.
Should be 3rd degree.
Right, let me just double check that, sorry. Judge, I'd ask that the court find with respect to count 1, grand theft 3rd degree, since there's no value listed, that would be $2,500, and count 2 would be $2,500.
I would ask for pretrial services. I see no priors for Mr. Scully.
He has priors out of Broward. Let me just verify them.
Oh, okay. So what's count 1? What's the
standard bond is $2,500 for 3rd degree felony?
It's listed as a 1st degree, Judge, but there is no value that substantiates that. So the court should find 3rd degree felony grand theft, which would be $2,500.
2,500 count 1. How about count 2 and 3?
It's only count 2. Count 3 was already addressed in traffic court. Count 2 would be $2,500 as well. That's the standard bond.
And would you consider pretrial services, Judge?
He qualifies. Okay, so we'll do alternate bond.
I'm sorry, Judge, what was count 2?
2,500.
And you said there was an alternate bond,
Yeah,
the pretrial?
pretrial, he's eligible for pretrial services.
And Judge, will you include the traffic charge, the no valid driver's license charge with the pretrial with an alternate bond of $1?
That was, what do you want me to do?
He has on the no valid driver's license charge next door, they gave him $1, but since he's getting pretrial services, would you include AK74FXE in with the pretrial services order? So it doesn't delay his release to get $1.
What is it? AK7 what?
4, F like Frank, X like X-ray, E like elephant.
Okay. Armando Losa Otero.
But what was the charge? Nothing, you said.
Probable cause
Judge,
found.
Mr. Losa Otero's informed me that he has funds to hire an attorney, and his attorney would be Armando Hernandez.
Well, I'm setting the bond, $2,500.
So Judge, are you appointing the Office of the Public Defender or no?
Does he have a lawyer?
He indicates.
So how much is the
Our-
bond?
She's asking a question if you have a lawyer, so have you?
I do have a lawyer hired for another case. So, yeah, I do have a lawyer.
So
The bond's $2,500
Okay.
if you want to bond out.
Yes, I do want to bond out.
Okay.
So then you are not appointing the Office of the Public Defender. Correct?
I'm not. He says he has a lawyer. Hello. James Tanner.
Mr. Tanner is present.
Petty theft, you're charged with petty theft, 2 convictions. Does he qualify for any, oh, he's homeless.
I would ask for tap, Judge. With
Tap.
the court date.
No, I'm not homeless. Tell I'm not homeless. Tell I'm not.
Judge, Mr. Tanner indicates he's not homeless. He does have a place to stay. That pretrial would be able to confirm.
What's your address?
450 Banks Road, Margate.
Apartment or house?
What?
It's an apartment. It's actually a program, but I have to call him.
Pretrial services. $2,500. And a stay away order from the Walmart at 3200 Northwest 79th Street. Christopher Bryant.
Judge, he refused.
Oh, he refused?
Judge will waive his presence.
Battery on a police officer and a firefighter. What's the bond for that? No bond? No, that's.
No, it should be $5,000.
Got a lot of charges here.
Are those probation cases or he's out on bond on those cases?
Added charges.
Probable cause found. $5,000 bond. Okay. Brown. Jaquan Brown.
Refuse.
We'll waive his presence, Judge.
What?
Looks like it would at best be battery on detainee by detainee. They charge as a first degree aggravated battery on a detainee by detainee. But it's not aggravated, it's just battery.
I agree with that, Judge. I don't think it should be the first degree felony. I think it should be the third degree felony.
What's the bond?
Judge Glazer typically says $2,500 for these cases.
$2,500. Okay. Billy Espinoz.
Refuse.
Judge, I'm okay waiving his presence since he's already held on other things, if it's okay with the court and state.
These are added charges. Robbery, strong arm robbery.
From October 2024.
They just identified him. What's the bond for this?
Sorry, Judge, strong arm robbery. I'm sorry?
Standard bond is 7,500. Would you consider any sort of reduction, Judge?
$7,500.
This is the PC.
And a stay away order from Billy Estinos.
Judge, he's the defendant.
Sorry.
I would ask that that be read in division when he's present.
Can't sign the day over.
Thank you. Sakria Khan.
Refuse.
What? Well, this also has a stay away order.
Judge, on Mr. Khan, I was informed he was here yesterday and had a private attorney, so perhaps we can reset this for tomorrow. Where's the time?
We'll reset it for tomorrow.
In the afternoon, Your Honor. That's fine.
Okay.
That-
I mean, his lawyer, we'll see what, we'll see if his lawyer shows up. All right, so this is getting reset. Zachary James. These all go together. Gregory Smith.
Refuse. Add the charges.
Refused. And there's, okay, he refused.
Questions, what are they added to?
Hold on 1 second.
Well,
I'm sorry, no, this is reset medical. It's been reset medical.
oh, reset medical? Okay. This is all reset medical. Joshua Venegas.
Refuse.
Judge, we'll waive his presence. These are added charges, corrections?
Yes.
There's a stay away order on this one too.
It could be read in division, please.
I'm with that, Judge.
What? Hi. So these are, this is a petty theft, 2 convictions.
Just do $1,000 bond, Judge.
$1,000 bond. Yeah. And I'll, How does the afternoon look? Do we know yet? Don't you love that? They won't tell you. Rivera.
Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
Reset for tomorrow?
Yes, Ward D.
Oh, Ward D. Here, Ward D reset. Delva, Antonio Delva, and that's this one.
Refuse.
Where's Antonio Delva?
He refused, Judge, added charges.
And this one has a stay away order and a motion for detention.
We can reset it for the afternoon, Judge.
Here, we'll reset this for the afternoon. That's it.
Judge, there's one more. There's a gentleman that apparently we thought was a bond out, Jaja Williams, but apparently he did not bond out. He's here. He's number 56 on the calendar on page
11526.
Yeah, he was out on bond, so we weren't sure to set him yet.
So he didn't bond out.
No.
The charge is stolen property dealing. Was he out on bond?
Yes, Judge, he's out on bond. That's why he couldn't bond out. I have him out on bond F254497. And he also has additional charges that he should be on the calendar tomorrow or either this afternoon.
I got additional charges.
Judge Blazer's texting me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, let's see. Stolen property, dealing in conspiracy. So he didn't bond out. What's the bond for this? Shouldn't be a lot.
I have 2,500 on the jail card.
Judge, that's the standard bond.
All right, $2,500.
But you have a hold, right, for the other case?
Yes, the F254497.
Hold on. Hold for. What's the number?
F254497.
Okay. Okay.
And what time are we starting?
Start at 4, Your Honor. I need to find stuff to calendar.
Yeah.
They want to start at 4 o'clock.
You have to give us enough time to run the calendar.
So. An hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it takes at least 20 minutes just to load them all.
Run this, yeah.
And then we stamp.
We got to go through and see who's.
Okay.
So 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock
Okay.
now.
Judge, are we dismissed till 4? Your Honor, may we be dismissed until 4?
All rise, please raise your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes, Judge.
You can? I don't know if they can hear me. Okay. My name is Valerie Manosher. I'll be presiding over the afternoon calendar. The first case is Leon, Mariscal Leon.
She's a private attorney. I'll promote.
Leon.
Good morning, Your Honor. Or good afternoon, Your Honor. Dana Clark on behalf of Miss Leon.
She's been charged with battery, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and battery.
Yes, Judge. We requested the A forms. We were not able to get the A form, but I emailed the state. This is a standard bond charge, so we would just be asking that the court imposes a standard bond.
Judge, standard bond.
What's the battery with a aggravated battery with a deadly weapon? You know what that is? Let me see. The assault is $5,000.
Correct. The aggravated battery with a deadly weapon is 7,500 is the standard bond.
I'll find probable cause. 7,500 for count 1. 5,000 for count 2. And 1,000 for count 3.
And Judge, there are some stay-away orders before the court.
Ms. Leon, I signed a stay away order. You're prohibited from having any contact with AL directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, the telephone, pager, fax, or through third person. Persons, you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, etc. And also DS. So DS and AL. Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, State.
Thank you.
Lisette here.
Judge, we do have a couple private attorneys who are waiting. I don't know if you're willing to take them out of turn.
And we have a detective here for the probable cause hearing.
Who is it?
We have for a private attorney, we have Jorge Lam Fiorenzo. He's number 32 on the calendar. It's for Richard Perez. The defendant's page number is 11. And he'll need a Spanish.
I don't have that paperwork yet.
Okay, the other one is Adam Vargas. He's number 30. He's on the page before number 10.
I don't have that either.
Don't have that either? Okay. Then we'll go with Lisette Perez. We'll go ahead and take Lisette Perez. She'll be next.
Sorry.
Perez, come on.
She's been charged with driving while license suspended. Out on felony bond.
Ms. Perez is present. She speaks English. I would ask that you find no probable cause. I don't see any mention of her driver's license in the arrest form.
Judge, I agree that there's nothing here. This would need to be set for a probable cause hearing.
Probable cause hearing.
I'm sorry, Judge, I could not hear you. I apologize.
What?
I could not hear what you said there.
I said that we'll set it for a probable cause hearing. Baker? Antiochus Baker? A charge of aggravated battery and criminal mischief. State,
Yes, Judge. There are 3 counts here of aggravated battery. I believe there's probable cause for each of them. 2 deadly weapons being used, a baseball bat and a knife. There are 3 victims here. There are stay away orders before your honor. Actually, there's 4 victims, but one of them is of the criminal mischief. And then with respect to counts 4 and 5, which are the 2 criminal mischief counts, there is no value listed here. So I'd ask the court to find probable cause for 2nd-degree misdemeanor criminal mischief.
so we have 3 counts of aggravated battery,
Yes, each of which is $7,500 standard bond.
7,500, 1, 2, and 3.
And 4 and 5 would be $150 because we don't have a value here for the criminal mischief charges.
PC found. Bond set.
So Judge, Miss Baker,
Hey,
she lives at her residence with 4 children who are all minors and 1 adopted child who is an adult. So her funds are very limited, and I would ask if you would modify the stay away order so that she would not have to move out of her place because she has nowhere to go with her family.
I'm leaving it the way it is, counsel. There's serious allegations. Ms. Baker, you need to stay away from, I've signed an order that you're to stay away from, Tatiana Williams, yes, Yasma Solomon, and Terrius Chambers. That means you can't have any contact with them directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, page, or fax, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Judge, apologies, I'm just seeing that we have a victim here who's raising her hand on this case, Kim Harris. May I promote her so that she can be heard?
I don't see her.
She's here on Zoom, raising her hand. We'd have to promote her to a panelist, as we all are, so we could see her.
I don't believe she was listed as one of the alleged victims.
She is Kim Harris.
Pardon?
Kim Harris is a listed victim, and I think I did submit a stay away
Yeah,
order.
a stay away order.
Yeah. With the court's permission, I can promote her.
How do I, where is she? I don't see, oh, okay. What's her name?
Kim Harris. I also see Yasma Solomon is also here with her hand raised. I don't know if you want to do one at a time. Miss Harris, can you?
Not sure how to work this.
Miss Harris, can you turn your camera on, please?
It doesn't give us the option to turn on the camera.
Miss Harris, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
You have something to say?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, talk to me.
Judge, is she sworn?
Okay, ma'am, this lady lives
sworn?
next door.
Judge,
to
I would
us.
object if she's not sworn and we can't see who this is.
Okay. How do I do this? It's not giving you the option. Disconnect audio. I can't turn the camera on. I can see you all, but I can't you all can't see me. It's not giving her the option to turn the camera on. We're trying 1 second.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know how to.
Can you do your video?
What did you want to, let me ask you, what did you want to say? Because I have to move on.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, if she's not, am I?
I get it. I know she's not sworn. I just.
Then I would object to you hearing what she has to say if it's not sworn statement, Judge.
I just want to know, what does she want to talk to me about? That's
I would object to having unsworn testimony, Judge.
But I want to know, what does she want to talk to me about?
What I want to talk to you is about, ma'am, is this lady lives next door, and she's a very big aggressor.
Do you know how to turn on the camera? Yeah,
Ma'am, I can't.
I can't see her. I don't know who she is.
Okay, we just won't worry about it, ma'am. That's okay, because I can't turn on my camera.
Sorry, we're on the record. I apologize, but in order to do this the correct way, I need
Yes, ma'am.
And I need to be able to swear you in properly.
Yes, ma'am.
Do it, because you're just, I don't know who you are. What? Because you're not coming on. I can't see it. It's not.
Are you able to upload Taviano?
Your Honor, there's another victim here, Taviano Williams. Perhaps we could put Miss Harris back into.
What does she want to say? Tell me what she wants to tell me.
I don't know, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the stay away order, she lives right next door to us. And the 500 feet is she's right next door, like next door neighbor.
What were you going to say? Yeah, we're doing a PC hearing tomorrow. I'll put a hold.
Nobody can show their face? No, it's not letting us. Dang, okay. Get the visa.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on. Let's see. Did I already did it, right?
We just have to set a bond.
Yeah. All right. They can do it in the division.
Don't you need to set a bond?
Didn't I set the bond already?
No, Judge.
Who's asking that?
I asked you if you could set a bond. This is Rebecca Corey from the Public Defender's Office. I do not believe that you announced a bond.
Are you talking about Miss Baker?
Yes.
I did. I certainly did. 7,500, 7,500, 7,500, and 150 for 4 and 5. PC found bond sets. Stay away.
Judge, did the court have, the PC hearing Ferrer or Angel Ferrer? Because I have an officer here. Page 13.
What's your question?
If we are able to call Angel Ferrer out of turn, page 13. Reset from this morning for a PCH.
Here, you want me to call it? This is why this is taking so long. This is why right here.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Ms. Corey, this is Angel.
Yes.
Thank you.
What's the name again?
Angel Frere or Ferrer, Frere, page 13 of the court's calendar.
I don't see it.
I'm sorry, what page is he on?
Page 13.
Reset from this morning.
What page was the back of the calendar? Yeah, he's on his.
Oh,
I think it's this one.
okay.
Thanks.
It is.
There we go.
Okay.
I have the officer here and I've promoted them. Officer, can you unmute your, I don't think this officer can show themselves, Judge, but they can speak.
Excuse me, do you need an interpreter for this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So can we swear in Officer Harmon, please?
Officer, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do. I do.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, with respect to case F25-11348. Officer, did you have an opportunity to investigate this case?
Yes.
And specifically with respect to the first count of this case, which is owning or renting a place for the purpose of trafficking or sale of cocaine. Can you tell us what evidence or what you learned in your investigation with respect to that count?
Excuse me, can I get a chance to interpret, please?
Sure.
Bueno, con respecto al cargo F2511248, el primer cargo que consiste en rentar un lugar para traficar con cocaína, ¿qué puede decirnos al respecto, agente?
Okay. I conducted several purchases of raw cocaine out of this place from the defendant. I also have several videos and a lot of surveillance conducted at this location, 1800 Southwest 3rd Street, Apartment D.
And those videos and that surveillance shows the defendant, I'm sorry, I forgot, Madam Interpreter, my apologies.
Yes, and it's hard for me to hear the officer. I mean, she sounds far away. But
Well, the headphones, it's the best I can do.
okay. Well, I'll do my best. Sí, tenemos vídeos, tenemos cámaras de vigilancia que muestran que se vendía cocaína en piedra.
En esa dirección, que the address, I'm sorry, is 1800 Southwest 3rd Street, Unit D.
1800, what is the street?
Southwest.
Southwest.
3rd, 3rd Street, yes. Unit D.
Ok. En la dirección 1800, calle Tercera Avenida, suroeste, apartamento 1D.
And what do those videos and surveillance show?
They show the defendant selling out of that particular address.
Y que muestran esos vídeos y esas cámaras de seguridad muestran al acusado vendiendo cocaína en esa dirección.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions because I believe this was the one charge that the court took issue with, and I believe that we have heard enough evidence here to find probable cause today.
En este momento no voy a seguir más adelante porque considero que este es el caso que le preocupaba al tribunal y ya hay suficientes pruebas para mostrar que hay motivos fundados.
11348, counsel?
Yes.
And what about 11347?
Did the court have the same issue there? Because this is the sale case, so we have evidence of a sale here.
Bueno, hay otro cargo que termina en 47.
I'll find problem clause.
Y que también supone venta.
And what about the bond?
Judge, with respect to 11348, each of those are third-degree felonies. Standard bond is 2,500.
Judge, in 11347, nothing identifies Mr. Ferrer as being the alleged seller.
En el caso 11348 se trata de un delito en tercer grado y la fianza estándar es de $2.500. Dice la defensa que en el caso que termina en 47 no hay evidencias de que el señor Herrera estuviera vendiendo la droga.
And what about 11347? I'm going to set the standard bond.
Judge, in case 11347, nothing identifies Mr. Ferrer as being the seller in those allegations.
La defensa repite que en el caso 11347 no hay nada que identifique al señor Ferrera como siendo el que vende la droga.
Judge, the seller is the person they arrested, and that is Mr. Ferrer, who's standing before us.
Yeah, I'm going to find problem clause.
La juez halla que hay motivos fundados.
And these are the same, 2,500 each?
No, Your Honor. Counts 2 and 3 are second-degree felonies, and those are $7,500 each.
So count 1, 2,500, 2, 7,500, 3, 7,500.
Ok, el cargo número 1, $2.500 dólares de fianza. El cargo 2 y 3 son de segundo grado, $7.500.
Alejandra Luis Rendon.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Officer.
Judge, I'm sorry, on 11348, what's the bonds, those two counts?
She said 2,500, 2,500.
Thank you.
Se repite que en el cargo que termina en 48, ambos cargos son $2.500.
Judge, may the officer be dismissed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Rendon, Alejandra Ruiz.
Thank you.
She has a hold for ICE. Spanish interpreter, please.
State.
Judge, state's position is there's probable cause and we'd ask for the standard bonds here based on a lack of priors, 2,500 count 1, 1,000 count 2.
So Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for the tampering with the victim or witness on a misdemeanor, and that they allege that the co-defendant was the one that grabbed the phone, not Miss Ruiz Rondon. There's a Miss Ruiz and a Miss Ruiz Rondon.
Excuse
On
me.
the arrest form. Go ahead.
May I? La fiscalía dice que hay motivos fundados y que pide la fianza estándar, que son $2,500. Y en el cargo número 1, cargo número 2, and the third charge was $1,200 bond state. Sorry.
2,500 and 1,000.
1,000, yeah. Y el tercer cargo son $1,000 de fianza. La defensa dice que no hay motivos fundados, ya que el cargo de influenciar a la víctima o al testigo fue llevado a cabo por un coacusado y no por la acusada que se haya presente hoy día.
25 count 1.
Are you finding probable cause when the arrest form indicates it was the other person that took the phone?
Judge, it's a principal theory here. Everyone is responsible. This is that all of them are in one course of action here.
La defensa pregunta si encuentra motivos fundados cuando fue la otra persona la que agarró el teléfono y la fiscalía responde que ambas personas son responsables cuando hay un curso.
And threw it on the ground. Isn't this Miss Ruiz?
No, this is Miss Rondon. They refer to Miss Ruiz Rondon as Miss Rondon and Miss Ruiz as Miss Ruiz. Because one has a hyphenated name, they refer to the defendant here as Miss Rondon, and the other female, her last name is Ruiz, and that's who they refer to as Miss Ruiz. It's just the way that the officers wrote it instead of including the hyphen.
Miss Ruiz instructed Miss Rondon to take the phone from her hand while she was attempting to remove the phone. She intentionally dug her nails into both her forearms.
But that would not be the tampering with the victim or witness.
The victim did not let go of the phone. I'm going to find probable cause. Bond is set. Count 1, 2,500. Count 2, 1,000.
Yo que hay motivos fundados, el primer cargo $2,500, el segundo cargo $1,000 de fianza.
Miss Ruiz Rondon, you're to stay away from Sandra Aguirre. You're prohibited from having any contact with her. Directly or indirectly, in person, by telephone, fax, email, etc.
Señora Sandra Rondón, no, señora Rondón, se le indica a la juez que tiene que permanecer alejada en todo momento de la señora Sandra Aguirre. No puede tener contacto directo o indirecto en persona, por teléfono, por fax o por correo electrónico, etc.
Angelica Maria Ruiz. They put it on the afternoon? Oh, is that what you do?
Spanish interpreter, please.
Present.
Do you speak English?
Spanish interpreter, please.
¿Habla inglés, señora?
Little bit, but I prefer in Spanish.
Okay.
He's been charged with criminal mischief, tampering with. I don't know what that says.
Tampering with a victim on a misdemeanor.
State?
Your Honor, the state would ask that the court find probable cause, as it's the position of the state that there is probable cause based on the facts alleged in this A form. We'd ask for the standard bonds here, 2,500, 2,500, and 1,000.
I would ask for pretrial services for Ms. Ruiz.
Bueno, la fiscalía dice que hay motivos fundados en el arresto, en el formulario del arresto, y pide fianza estándar, $2.500, $2.500 y $1.000. La defensa pide el programa PTS.
I see no prior record for Ms. Ruiz.
No tiene antecedentes penales, dice la defensa.
All right. PC found count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500, count 3, 1,000.
Halló que hay motivos fundados. El primer cargo son $2.500 de fianza, segundo cargo $2.500 y tercer cargo $1.000.
You must stay away from Sandra Aguirre. You can't have any contact with her directly or indirectly.
Tiene una orden de alejamiento de Sandra Guerre. No puede tener contacto directo o indirecto con esta persona.
Corrections, does she have an ICE hold?
Not on the jail card.
Thank you.
Se pregunta si tiene una retención de migración y dicen que en la carta de la cárcel no.
Judge, is this a straight bond or pretrial services an alternate bond?
Straight bond.
Thank you.
Es una fianza directa.
Let me know if pretrial can go to anybody. Leticia Marie Thompson. 1 count of cocaine possession, 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession, 1 count of trespass of an unoccupied structure.
She's in custody on 3 probation violations, being held no bond.
Judge, I believe there's probable cause here. I would ask for the court to issue standard bonds of 2,500, 500, and 150 with a stay away order from this location that she was trespassing of 10126 West Circle Plaza in Miami.
PC found count 1, 2,500, count 2, 500, count 2, 3, 150.
Judge, would you reduce the bond on count 1? They're just saying.
Stay away order. You're to stay away from Leticia Marie Thompson.
No, Judge.
No, sorry, you need to stay away from the following address: 10126 West Circle Plaza in Miami. Okay.
Would you consider reduced bond for count 1 since it's residue, Judge?
Okay, have a good day.
Judge, is my microphone working? Judge, I was asking if you would consider a reduction in bond for count one.
Not that high. It's 2,500.
I was asking for a reduction, Judge, if you.
$3,150.
So that's no, you're denying my request for a reduction?
Essentially I am. I don't think it's that high.
Okay, Judge, then.
I don't think it's that high. It's $3,000.
That's still high to somebody who doesn't have much money, Judge. It might not be high to you or I, but it's high to a lot of other people.
Oh, Saint? I don't have any paperwork on Oh, Saint.
Ward D, reset for tomorrow. She's in Ward D.
Oh, she's 4D. Let's see. This one? Yeah. 4D reset. Fernando Brito Della Torre.
Reset for tomorrow, disruptive.
Damian Comisana Chain.
Present?
Yes, ma'am, present.
Judge, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for a second-degree felony grand theft auto. There's no value listed in the arrest form. And I would ask you to find no probable cause for count two.
I can't hear you.
I would ask you to find no probable cause for count one as a second-degree felony, as there is no value listed in the arrest form. And with regard to count two, I would ask that you find no probable cause for possession of burglary tools. There's nothing indicating.
All right, let's stay with one. What do you want me to do with count one?
At best, it would be a third-degree felony grand theft auto.
Why?
There's no value listed for the vehicle. And a standard grand theft auto is a third-degree felony.
Judge, it looks like the victim is present before the court and is raising their hand. May I?
No, I'm just gonna read what's in the A form. If you want me to set it for a probable cause hearing for tomorrow, I can do that.
No, Judge, I believe that there's, aside from the value, I believe that there is probable cause here for all four counts. I just see that there's a victim present. I don't know if what they want to say or if they're just here to observe. And I wanted to make the court aware of that.
What's the bond for
Standard bond on a third-degree felony grand theft auto is $2,500.
All right, I'll put it at 2,500. What about count two?
My argument on count 2, Judge, is there's nothing indicating that the tools found were burglary tools. There's nothing indicated that the tools were used to get into the vehicle. So I would ask you to find no probable cause and release him outright on count 2.
Well, they found a hacksaw in the car. I think that's what it means.
There's nothing indicating that that was used to get into the car. There's no damages alleged at all. There's no damages alleged, Judge. Nothing indicating that's any sort of burglary tool.
We don't think we have to have damages alleged.
The bond's high on that. It's $5,000.
Judge, I would be fine with 2,500. It doesn't seem to be
2,500.
one with force or threat.
And then 3 and 4. Resisting arrest is 150. And what about count 3?
3 would be 2,500. It's an F3.
Okay. Okay, so 2,500, 2,500, 2,500, and 150. And I found probable cause. Jacquez Curry.
He has a hold for the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Hold by what?
For juvenile.
State?
I'd ask the court to find probable cause, issue a standard bond. Actually, I would $2,500 bond. And that's it. Standard is 5,000, but I'm fine with 2,500 based on this case. And that's generally what Judge Glazer does.
$500 bond.
Corrections, do you know what the charge is in juvenile?
Yes, Oliver Vasquez. Names.
Judge, apparently Mr. Curry's committed in juvenile to a residential program. Would you consider releasing him ROR so that he can go to the program? Judge?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'll move the microphone closer. I don't know what happened, if somebody messed with it or not. I don't know. So according to corrections, Mr. Curry is waiting placement into a residential program. I'm asking if you would consider releasing him on his own recognizance so he can go back to juvenile and be placed in the program. It's a residential program.
No. I'm sorry. Did you read the A form?
Yes, I did.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do what the state asked me to do. I'm gonna set a bond, $2,500. That's it. And hold it. He's on hold for juvenile. That's what I was told.
Right, that's if he were to be released on his own recognizance, then he could go to the residential program in the juvenile division.
Moving on. Dennis Oliveras Vasquez. He battered a person that was 65 years old. Right? This person here, not.
Judge, that is how,
Not Mr. Curry,
Mr. Oliveras Vasquez is charged with that, Your Honor.
Right. This is, he committed a battery on an elderly person.
The issue here, Judge, is this does not indicate in the A form that the victim's age. And so I think the court at this point can only find misdemeanor battery.
So, I mean, within the
narrative
charges, but not within the.
Yes.
So.
I would ask the court for $1,500 bond on a misdemeanor battery.
$1,500.
But more importantly, there's a stay away order that I'm asking, and we have to address that since they are roommates.
Well, what do we do?
He cannot go back there. He's gonna have to find somewhere else to reside. And he's gonna need to get an officer to help him go get his belongings one time.
All right. You, Mr. Vasquez, I signed a stay away order. You are not to have any contact with Herman Pata, directly or indirectly. That means that you have to find another place to live. You're roommates with him, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Until this is resolved.
and he can return one time with the police judge within 48 hours of his release to get his belongings?
Yes, that's generally the language, Your Honor.
Well, not this one. You gave this is a non-domestic violence order.
Correct, because I have no evidence here that there is a domestic relationship. I don't know that it is.
Doesn't say anything about,
I agree that the form doesn't say that, but generally speaking, that's how, when there are people who reside together, we give them 48 hours to get their belongings by being accompanied with a police officer.
so you have to go with a police officer over to the apartment and get your belongings. You have 48 hours to do it. You can get out with those $1,500 bond.
You write that on the order, Judge? Thank you.
You didn't put the address. Is it 8520 Southwest 133rd Road?
Yes.
What's the bond, Judge?
I think she said 1,500.
$1,500. The defendant has 48 hours to return to is it an apartment?
Looks like it may be an apartment or a townhome. There is a number. Unit 323. But I don't know for certain.
And gather his belongings. Okay. Vladimir Demitovich.
Bond out. Judge, do you have the files yet for the private attorneys who are waiting?
Kenneth Cobble. Did we have him this morning?
Yes, it's on the out-of-state fugitive warrant calendar.
On your out-of-state extraditions this morning, just keep them over.
Oh, okay. Mr. Cobble?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're charged with 3 counts: controlled substance possession, oxycodone, prostitution, and what's count 1? Prostitution.
Deriving support from prostitution.
From proceeds of. And direct another to place of.
Judge, the state's position is there is probable cause. Standard bond for count 1 would be 7,500. Count 2 would be 2,500 and count 3 would be 150.
What's count? So count 1 is, count 2 is 2,500.
Yes.
What about count 1? What'd you say, 7,500?
Yes, Your Honor. That is the standard bond.
3?
No. 3 is a second-degree misdemeanor. 1 is a second-degree felony.
So what's the bond on the?
Bond on count 1 is 7,500. Bond on count 3 is 150.
2 is 2,500. What's 3?
$150.
And what about count 4?
There's no count 4, Judge. It's only 3 counts. You said count 1 and 2 is 7,500. Count 3 is 150.
Yeah, 7,500, 2,500, and 150. Kilby Downs.
He's out on felony bond F24 25108.
Resisting officer without violence. Was resisting officer with violence and battery on a police officer and a firefighter. That first charge is, what is that, $7,500? Count 1?
It's 5,000, Your Honor.
Is there, Mr. Perez?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Are you representing Mr. Downs?
No, Judge, I'm here on Jorge Lamy Fiorenzano. We had called him earlier, but you didn't have the paperwork.
He's number 32 on the calendar, Judge. We can take him after Mr. Downs.
Yeah, I don't know if it's here. Okay. Mr. Downs. State.
Yes, Judge. I would
7,500. Battery on a Leo, a firefighter.
Battery on a Leo is 5,000. Resisting an officer with is 2,500, and resisting an officer without, which is count 3, is 500.
Okay. So it's 5,000. Thought it was 7,500. 2,500 on 2 and 500 on 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
PC found. Bond set. Now, who am I looking for, Mr. Perez?
Your Honor, it's Jorge Ernesto Lam
He's number
Fiorenzano.
32.
I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, it's Jorge.
No, the clerk said something. I didn't know, or that was corrections. I'm sorry. Page 11. George Jorge Ernesto.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes.
Is that his name?
That's his name. And that's him.
Okay.
In Spanish, please.
Okay, I found it. Burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft, 3rd degree.
Ocupación ilegal de un transporte, un medio de transporte desocupado y hurto mayor.
Judge, I was able to get the PC earlier today. I believe on count 2, there's a $2,500 bond. Count 1 didn't have a bond. I'm requesting a $2,500 bond for a total of $5,000. No argument on PC.
Bueno, aquí se solicita un total de $5,000 de fianza y no se disputa en los motivos fundados.
All right, I'll go ahead and as to count 1, 2,500, count 2, 2,500, PC found.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Cargo número 1, $2,500. Cargo número 2, $2,500. Se haya motivos fundados.
Count 4 Diaz.
Gotcha.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Judge, count one would be 5,000. Count two would be 1,000.
La fiscalía dice que el cargo número 1 son $5.000 de fianza y el cargo número 2.000.
And a stay away order from the victim.
Y una orden de alejamiento de la víctima.
Do they live together?
¿Viven juntos?
According to the A form, they do, Judge, but we'd have to ask him.
Conforme a al informe del arresto, sí, pero habría que preguntarle a él.
Yes.
Mr. Diaz, I'm signing what's called a stay away order. You must stay away from Isabel Cava.
Señor Díaz, emito una orden de alejamiento de Isabel Cava.
You can return to the residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order to retrieve your personal belongings. Otherwise, I'm setting a bond of $2,500. PC found.
Puede volver a la residencia que tenían en común solamente una vez al cabo de 48 horas de la emisión de esta orden para poder retirar sus pertenencias personales. Tiene que ir en todo momento acompañado de un agente de policía, si no, será arrestado. $2.500 de fianza, se haya motivos fundados.
Judge, are you doing 5,000 and 1,000?
Keandre, $2,500 each.
2.500 cada cargo.
Keandra Flulin. Keandre Flulin, is that you? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. And you were out on felony bond? State?
Standard bond, Judge, would be $7,500 here.
$7,500.
I would ask that you find no probable cause. It looks like from the arrest form that the alleged victim was uncooperative with the police. There's probably a reason behind that. Mr. Flewell indicated to the police that his stepfather had jumped on him. So it appears to be at best self-defense, Judge. I would ask that you find no probable cause and release him outright and not hold him.
He's out on bond F25-8454.
What's the other charge that he's out on bond for?
Battery by detaining.
I'm going to find probable cause. And there's a stay away order. You can't have any contact with Alexander Oscar directly or indirectly in person and writing by telephone, pager, fax to a third persons, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim and the victim's home, place of employment, and or school. Marquise Torrance.
And Judge, are you holding him on the F-25-8454 case?
Holding him on the case of, let me write that number down. Hold on. What's the case number?
F-25-8454. And then the current case, the battery aggravated with a deadly weapon is 7,500, correct?
Yes.
And Judge, I'd ask that Mr. Llewellyn be allowed to return one time to get his belongings from the home.
Does he live there?
You live there, correct? Yes,
I live
they
there.
live together. So he's permitted to return, Judge?
Yes, I put it in order.
Thank you.
Marquise Torrance. Hello.
The standard bond here would be $7,500 for count 1 and 500 for count 2.
How much is it for count 1?
7,500. And I'd ask for a stay away order from the victim bus driver in this case.
Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause for second-degree felony. And there's nothing for the aggravated assault. It looks like it would just be assault on a specified official or employee. So it would not be a second-degree felony. There was nothing in his hand to assault with. So it should be a first-degree misdemeanor.
Judge, it says here he reaches around his waistband implying he has a weapon.
There's no weapon seen, no weapon recovered.
I'll find probable cause. Read the A form.
I did, Judge. I didn't see any sort of weapon. And where it says weapon seized, the answer in the arrest form in the middle top says no. So that would imply that there was no weapon. So therefore, it would only be an assault.
State.
We're only to consider the narrative here, and the narrative indicates that he was going and reaching around his waistband, implying he had a weapon.
I'm gonna find PC. And what it it's 500 for count 2.
It's 500 for count 2, yes.
And 5,000 for count 1.
It's technically 7,500 for count 1.
I'll set 5,000.
And a stay away order from.
Stay away order.
Yes, please. It's before the court.
Okay.
Judge, what is a stay away order?
Trolley.
from ER. Is this the bus driver?
Yes.
Yeah. The bus driver says he's there all the time annoying her. So you're not to have any contact with ER, the driver of the trolley on Miami Beach. You can't have any contact with her directly or indirectly in person and writing by telephone, etc. It's all here. You're going to get a copy of this. Jacob Hoover. Jacob Hoover. Mr. Hoover? That you?
Yep.
You have 4 charges. Battery on a police officer, resisting with violence, resisting without violence, and camping on Miami Beach. It's homeless.
Your Honor, the standard bonds here would be 5,000, 2,500, 500, and 150. And I'd ask for a stay away order from that area that he should not be.
Battery on a Leo, 5,000.
Yes.
And 2,500 and 500. And 50.
And please stay away from 300 Lincoln Road.
You're to stay away from 300 Lincoln Road. Juan Ramirez.
Judge, I'm sorry, what was the bonds? I didn't hear the bond.
5,000, 2,500, 500, and 150.
Thank you.
Juan Ramirez.
Mr. Ramirez is present. He speaks English.
How are you doing today, Judge?
Cannabis possession, count 1. $2,500.
That's a standard bond. Typically, the judge does not set it that high since the state most of the time doesn't even file these charges.
$500.
500.
That's it. 500.
And Judge, Mr. Hoffman's been waiting for Mr. Vargas Ortiz. Would you happen to have that
I can't
file?
hear you. I'm sorry.
The private attorney, Evan Hoffman, is waiting for the case of Vargas Ortiz to be called. Would you happen to have that file yet?
let me finish with this one first, and then I'll do, because I didn't know that.
Oh, I thought you were done, Judge. I thought you announced the bond of 500. My apologies.
State, anything else?
Not for Mr. Ramirez.
What's the name?
His case is Adam Vargas Ortiz.
He's on page 10.
Page 10. Adam Vargas Ortiz. Who is it? Evan Hoffman?
Yes. He's joining now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
I am good. Are you here
Good.
for Adam Chris Vargas Ortiz?
I am, Your Honor.
There's a motion for pretrial detention that the state filed.
Okay, obviously I haven't seen it yet. I believe it's kind of normal course when these type of charges that they file it. So, I haven't seen the police report. I know the first charge is a PBO with a Berg bat. I will say that he is on a lease at that residence. So I'm not sure how he could burglarize his own place, but I would ask that we set the pretrial detention in front of the assigned judge, and we'll stipulate to no bond on the first count, which is the non-bondable PBO.
State, so no bond on the first, on count one. You'll agree to that?
Yes, Judge, I'd ask that the court grant the state's motion, hold him no bond on count one. $5,000 is the standard bond for count two. 1,000 is the standard bond for count three. A stay away order from the two victims. And we can reset this on Monday morning to be heard before the division judge.
Correct.
Which Mr. Hoffman, I think, is looking for.
Right. Who's going to be the division judge?
Judge Young.
Okay, so, all right, so I just want to make it clear for the record. I know you're gonna, the court's granting the pretrial detention. The understanding is that Judge Young could revisit. I just don't want Judge Young to say this was heard at magistrates, and I'm not gonna touch it. This is a stipulation to have Judge Young hear the pretrial detention motion, correct, State?
In order to, I'm asking the court to grant it based on the charge being an enumerated offense. And then, yes, you will get the hearing on Monday is solely to reset it for the hearing where you would argue whether or not pretrial detention is appropriate.
That's acceptable. That's fine. I don't know if you could forward me the police report if I put my email in the chat. I know it's been a long day. If I put my email in the chat, can you send me a copy of the police report after hours?
Sure, I need to redact it and whatnot, but yes, and I'll also send you the motion.
Yes, and I just put my email in the chat.
Great.
Okay, I know it's been a long day, everyone. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a long.
I got it. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Is
Have a
that
good
it?
day. That's it for, yes, in front of Your Honor.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So I'm signing a stay away order.
Judge, yeah, we still need Mr. Vargas Ortiz to be here to hear that stay away order.
Oh, he's not here?
I don't see him on the camera.
He's coming back. He's back.
Victim YM, Judge.
Are you Adam Chris Vargas Ortiz?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm signing your order granting pretrial detention. Today is the 6th of June. That's fine. So count 1, no bond, count 2, 5,000, count 3, 1,000. PC found, stay away order. Mr. Vargas Ortiz, you're not to have any contact with YM. Do you live with YM?
Sorry?
Do you live with the victim?
No.
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 Okay. Okay. And this will be reset Monday morning before Judge Young. That's 6/9/25. That's it. Anthony Tejerina. Dave, the charge is firearm use display while committing a felony.
Judge, the state's position is there's
I
probably.
don't see that in the A form.
Judge, it says important to note that when searching Mr. Tijerina, he advised that his firearm was located under the driver's seat. It was a tan semi-automatic Glock.
Judge, there's nothing indicating that it was used or displayed.
Yeah, but it says it was used, right, it was under the seat.
So it wasn't being used and it wasn't being displayed. So I would ask you to find no probable cause for count 1.
Count 2 is $500. I'll find PC. But the bond,
Judge, with respect to that charge, it reads, whoever while committing, and the statute reads, whoever while committing or attempting to commit any felony displays, uses, threatens, or attempts to use any weapon or electronic weapon, or carries a concealed weapon is guilty of a felony of the 3rd degree. I'd argue that this was the concealed weapon.
It was
what's the bond?
Would be,
How much is it?
Standard bond would be 7,500.
5,000. Okay.
What's count 2, Judge?
500. Lester Perez.
Spanish interpreter for Mr. Perez, please.
Wait, there's a lot. Interpreter present. Five counts.
5 cargos.
Unlawful possession of a stolen credit or debit card.
Tenencia ilícita de una tarjeta de crédito robada.
Identification fraud. Credit card fraud, grand theft, organized scheme to defraud.
Identificación fraudulenta y plan organizado para defraudar.
Judge, each is 2,500.
Dice la fiscal que cada cargo son $2.500.
I would ask if you would consider pretrial services for Mr. Perez.
La defensa pide el programa
He has a long,
PST.
he has a
What,
lot
Judge?
of priors.
Well, a lot of them were dismissed, Judge, in one case, one misdemeanor case, there was multiple misdemeanors charged. A lot of no actions. He doesn't really have that much.
La juez dice que tiene muchos antecedentes penales. La defensa dice que muchos de ellos han sido desestimados o que no se procesaron.
Looks like just has a cannabis, disorderly, some DWLS habituals, and a possession of cocaine. The other ones are all dismissed or no actions.
Tiene un cargo de cannabis, otro por escándalo público, conducir con la licencia suspendida y tenencia de cocaína. Todos los demás fueron desestimados.
How much are each, what's the, each of these counts? You said 2,500?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hay 5 cargos y cada uno conlleva una fianza de $2.500.
And a stay away order. You're to stay away from the Home Depot at 3030 Southwest 8th Street.
Y tiene una orden de alejamiento del Home Depot del 3030 suroeste, calle 8.
Judge, can you repeat that? The interpreter was speaking and you were cut off.
Of the 5 counts.
Judge, we didn't hear what you said.
$2,500 for each of the 5 counts. The A form is pretty clear what happened.
El informe del arresto es muy claro en lo que pasó. Son $2.500 por cada uno de los 5 cargos.
Would you consider any reduction, Judge?
No. Jeffrey Rosales Cisnero.
Bond out.
Byron Rosales Cisneros.
Bond out.
Joseph Alonso.
Mr. Alonso's present. He speaks English.
What's the trafficking charge bond?
Standard bond for first degree felony is 15,000.
Yes, Judge. Based on the quantity, I'd be asking for an elevated bond here.
Less than 400 grams?
Correct.
Yes, first degree felony.
How many grams was it?
230, the brick was 232, the crack was 4.5. And 232 grams. Plus another 4.5.
Okay.
Judge, I would be asking for an elevated bond here based on the amount.
I would ask for standard bond.
With the Nevia.
15,000.
That would be overstate's objection. Is the court granting a Nevia or no Nevia?
I would ask for no Nevia, Judge.
What about count 2?
Standard
Count
bond is 2,500.
Right. The other charges are all 2,500, Your Honor. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Cannabis? How much cannabis was it?
25 grams.
Yes.
How much?
25 grams. Would you do 500, Judge?
$500.
So count 2 would be 2,500, and then count 3 would be 500.
Correct. And then there's 4 and 5.
4 and 5 is also for cocaine. That should be assumed in the count 1.
4 and 5, 2,500 each.
For the last count, I would ask that you find no probable cause, just indicating white powder is not a crime, Judge. There's nothing indicating any substance. I would ask that you release him outright on the last count.
Judge, that's
I'm gonna leave it alone. So did corrections get it? 15,000, count 1, count 2, 2,500, count 3, 500, 4 is 2,500, 5 is 2,500.
Judge, count 6. Are you finding no probable cause of releasing him outright?
And count 6. Oh, okay. There were 2 counts. What about the white powder?
they're just listed as a crystal substance.
So since there's no drug stated, then it's suspected of, Judge, I would ask that you find no probable cause. I'm okay with $1 bond.
What's the bond on that? What do you think?
Well, Judge, if there's no substance, then it's hard to know what the allegation is, Judge. I would try to have white powder.
1,500.
Is that with the Nebbia?
What do you want me to do with that?
Judge, I would be asking for a Nebbia so that we can ensure the funds used to bond him out are clean.
Does the division judge do that?
Yes, Judge, you would make the condition of his being able to bond out is meeting the Nebbia standard, and then the division judge would have to schedule the hearing. His attorney would put it on calendar for a hearing, and then it would happen in division.
Okay.
Ask for no Nebby, and he's only, looks like he's got only a misdemeanor withhold on his record. I would ask for no Nebbia.
Yeah. How does that work? What do they do? What do they ask them? Have you done one?
I have Judge, yes, and basically the defense attorney creates what they call a Nebbia packet, where they show that the source of the funds that they're going to use to bond out the defendant are coming from a legitimate source. They generally will submit that ahead of time to a prosecutor, and in the hopes of just a stipulation.
Not that much money. I mean, it's 5.
So it's not that difficult to meet it. It's just ensuring that legitimate funds are being used to bond him out.
He just delays his release because today's Friday and there's no judge that's gonna hear it.
It's annoying. Yeah,
You're denying it, Judge?
I am. Sharif Shabazz.
He's out on felony bond on 5 cases, F23-17160, F23-17329, F23-17330, and F25-3683. 4 cases.
Dave, what's this case about?
Mr. Shabazz has 4 cases before the court. And they're each petty thefts with 2 or more convictions, prior convictions. They're all from a CVS store.
All different cases, all from the 8765 South Dixie Highway?
That is correct. Just different dates of incident.
So in each case, Mr. Shabazz, you're gonna stay away from that CVS. It's right there on South Dixie and Kendall Drive. You have to stay away from it. I signed a stay away order. In each one of the cases, in F23-17160, F23-17329, F23-17330, and 253683, and the new case we're here on today. So each one of these,
Judge, I would be fine with $1,000. The standard bond here is $2,500. I'd be fine with $1,000 or $1,500 for each of them.
Okay. Luis Ruiz Rendon,
Judge, what are the bonds on the cases? I don't believe you announced the bonds.
1,000 each.
1,000 each, thank you.
And a hold on all the cases that he's out on bond?
Judge, I would ask for the hold on those.
I didn't hear what you said. I don't know what you're asking me.
Judge, he's out on bond on many cases. Corrections read them earlier. We're asking for you to hold him on those to see the division judge on Monday. Or whenever he prints.
You're talking about, which case are we talking about?
Sharif Shabazz. The petty theft cases. The state is asking you to hold him on each of the cases that he's out on felony bond. And then he picked up these new ones.
Which cases are those?
Corrections, can you read them for us, please?
Is 11573 one of the cases?
No, Judge, these are cases that he's out on felony bond. I announced earlier, F23 17160, F23.
Hold on a second. Okay, I don't have any of those in front of me.
No, you're on those, he's out on
You
bond.
wouldn't.
The state's asking you to give a hold those spaces. So state division judge on Monday.
You wouldn't have them before you, Judge. He's out
Okay.
on bond.
You can hold them till Monday. Luis Ruiz Rendon.
We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please.
I didn't hear what you said.
Spanish interpreter, please.
State?
Yes, Judge. He's the co-defendant to the other two women that we saw earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Standard bonds.
What was the bond?
Apologies for Madam.
What was the bond on those?
Judge, the standard bonds here are 2,500, 2,500, and 1,000 for Mr. Ruiz Rondon.
La fianza estándar es 2.500, 2.500 y 1,000.
2,500, 2,500, and 1,000.
That is correct. With the stay away order, please.
Con una orden de alejamiento.
Judge, I see no prior record for Mr. Ruiz Rondon. I would ask if you would consider releasing him to pretrial services.
No veo ningunos antecedentes penales en el señor Rondón. La defensa solicita que salga bajo el programa PTS.
The bondsman is saying that the bond and the paperwork has been processed for him, paid.
There's a stay away order from Sandra Aguirre.
Hay una orden de alejamiento de Sandra Aguirre.
Can he return one time to get his belongings, Judge?
Does he live there?
Yes, Judge.
Te pregunta si puede volver, la defensa pregunta si puede volver una vez a recoger sus pertenencias personales.
Sí.
La juez tiene que responder.
Okay.
So he's able to return one time with the police, Judge?
500, yes, 2,500, 1,000 PC found. Stay away order.
Bueno, 2.500, 1,000 motivos fundados y orden de alejamiento, y sí puede volver una vez a la vivienda acompañado de un agente de policía.
Darius Albury Williams.
Bond out. And then Mr. Canales Lopez Jonathan, that's next, is a bond out.
Yippee! Is a bond out. And then after that is Joel Stanquin. Correct.
Present, speaks English. He received an RR on both of his traffic cases.
He received a what?
RR on both of his traffic cases.
Oh, ROR. Okay. Okay, so it's just the cocaine. I'll find probable cause, and I'm going to set a bond at.
Judge, I would ask for pretrial services.
Can he get pretrial services? Pretrial services, $2,500 bond. Pretrial services, alternate bond. Okay, he can be released. Brandon Faison.
He's out on felony bond F24-346 Bravo.
So you have a Xanax. That's the 11538.
Judge, that bond is 2,500.
2,500.
And 11539 would be 7,500. State's position is that there is probable cause.
And he also has a hold for ATF.
He had one Xanax broken in half. In his pocket. State.
Yes, Judge.
$2,500 for that.
That is the statute, Judge. That's the standard bond.
I'm going to lower the bond. And what's the other one? The 11539. With a fire.
Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That's 7,500.
Was this the same day, the same arrest? There's 2 8. Let me see.
Yes, Judge, same day.
All right, I'll leave it. I'll leave it on at 2,500. What's the bond on the 1539 case?
7,500.
So Judge, what bond are you setting for that case? 11539?
The what?
What bond are you setting for that case? F25 11539?
7,500.
And you're holding him out on felony bond case?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He was out on bond. He got picked up again, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Lowell Mason.
I have him as a V Fox. He received a $1 bond on his traffic case.
What's the bond? This is one pill, one oxycodone pill.
Judge, I don't see anything saying that it's an oxycodone pill. I just see that it says a single pill and that Mr. Mason made a statement he did not know anything about the pill. There's nothing indicating the arrest form, what they suspect it to be. I would ask that you find no probable cause and release him outright on this charge.
State.
Judge, I actually agree there. It says nothing in the narrative as to what this pill is.
I can't hear what you said.
I said I agree with the defense counsel on this one. There's nothing in the narrative here as to what this pill is.
So I'm finding no PC. So what do
You ROR him.
He would be released outright.
There'll be no PC release outright.
Okay. Uriel Lopez Barrera. All these cases, they're so famous.
I think it's in no PC. You're finding out, so it's release outright instead of R.
Oh, okay. Uriel Lopez Barrera, is that you?
Judge, he has 2 cases before the court today with respect to 11582, strong arm robbery and tampering with the victim. I'd argue that there is probable cause, and I'd ask the court to set standard bonds of 7,500 for count 1 and 2,500 for count 2. And for the other case, battery on a law enforcement officer, I'd argue that there's also probable cause, the standard bond being $5,000.
I'll find probable cause for both.
The bonds 75 and 2,500.
75 and 25 on the 11582.
And Judge, I'd ask for a stay away order on that one as well. It should be before the court.
I signed the stay away order.
We could just read it to the defendant so he's aware, please.
Stay away from the Chevron gas station at 401 71st Street, Miami Beach.
And the victim with the initials ER? No?
And the victim with the, you heard what she said, with the initials ER.
Thank you.
And the bond on F-25 11555?
$5,000 PC found and yeah.
Thank you.
Ventura Gutierrez.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Controlled substance Adderall. Marijuana. What is count 2? Controlled substance, possession, THC.
It's a bit overcharged. They charged 2 counts of the Adderall, 4 counts of the THC, and 1 count for the marijuana. I would ask at best that you find probable cause for 1 of each, Judge.
Judge, I agree with that.
Ventura Gutierrez. Let's see. Seven counts. How about the marijuana? The THC cartridges, or is that what they mean? It's misspelled, but, and the possession of marijuana, number 3.
So those would be different, Judge. I think that
$2,500 on each one.
I don't think you would do $2,500 on each cartridge. I think you can do $2,500 for 1 cartridge and then maybe $1 or an ROR for the others.
I would ask for an ROR on the other ones.
And what about the Adderall?
Similarly, $2,500 for 1.
$2,500 for count 1. And count 2?
I would ask for an ROR since it's the same substance.
I'm going to say for count 2, 3, and 4, $500. Oh, no, that would be, I'm sorry.
3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, 5.
The Adderall for 1 and 2, it's 2,500 or each?
I think the defense and I are agreeing that it would be $2,500 for count 1 and ROR on count 2.
Okay. All right.
And then for the THC, I'd ask for $2,500.
3, 4, and 5. 3, 4, and 5.
What are you finding on 3, 4, 500 each?
500. Well, you know what? I didn't want to do it that way. It's getting late. I'm getting weary. So that's 1, 2.
Judge, may I suggest 2,500 on count 3 and then counts 4, 5, and 6 ROR, because it's the other cartridges.
How much on count 3?
2,500 for count 3. And
What's
then
a cartridge?
I'm sorry?
What is a cartridge? When you say it's a cartridge, what is it?
It's the container with the THC oil.
How big is it? I mean, it's got THC oil in it. How big is it? Is it a gallon or is it like?
No.
Like a little tube.
It's like a little tube for like the pens.
$500 and then ROR.
So ROR 4, 5, and 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And then count 7 is the 55 grams of cannabis.
Would you do 500 for that, Judge?
500.
Just let me go over the bonds. 2,500 count 1, RR count 2, count 3, 500, count 4, 500, count 5, 500, and what 6 and 7?
Now what I did was I did 500 on 3 and then ROR, ROR, and ROR on the other 3. And then
the last, just to clarify for corrections for the jail card, for the last 3 counts, 5, 6, and 7, you said RR?
Now I'm going to go over it again. Count 1, 2,500, count 2, ROR, count 3, 500, count 4, ROR, count 5, ROR, count 6, ROR, count 7, 500.
Spanish interpreter, please, next.
Okay. So it's a total of $3,500. Gregory Smith.
Judge, I'm not sure what. Oh, that's number 40.
Judge, you jumped all the way down. We should have Jose Perez Villa next.
Oh, Jose Perez Villa.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Spanish interpreter? Yes.
Present.
Your Honor, for Mr. Perez Villa's case, we filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041.
Para el señor Pérez pedimos una detención previa al juicio conforme a el Estatuto de la Florida 907.041.
I signed your order.
Estoy firmando la orden.
You'll be holding him no bond on count one?
Correct.
Le va a retener sin fianza en el cargo número 1.
Pretrial detention pursuant to 9070415D is granted.
Se concede la detención previa al juicio basándose en este estatuto de la Florida.
I'll find probable cause.
Hallo que hay motivos fundados.
No.
Judge, for the record, we'll be invoking Mr. Presvila's right to counsel and his right to remain silent.
Para que conste en acta, dice la defensa que van a invocar el derecho del acusado a permanecer en silencio y a tener un abogado.
And a stay away order.
Y una orden de alejamiento.
And a stay away order as to JC.
Judge, how about count two?
No bond.
Judge, he's entitled to a bond on count two. It's a second-degree felony. The standard bond is $7,500.
Bueno, se está disputando la fianza en su segundo cargo. La juez dice, la fiscal, que no hay fianza, pero la defensa pide 7.500.
Judge, that is correct. I'm fine with the court setting a bond here on this one charge.
So Judge, you're setting a $7,500 bond on count two?
As on count two. Count one, no bond.
Ok, cargo número 1 sin fianza, cargo número 2, $7.500.
Gregory Smith. Is he still in medical?
Judge, we should have Paul Montoya next.
Oh, okay. Paul Montoya. Paul Anthony Montoya.
He's in custody on a probation violation.
I didn't hear what you said. He's what?
Mr. Montoya is present.
Strong arm robbery.
Is this an interpreter case?
No, he speaks English. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's see.
Your Honor, he has two cases before the court.
Right, he's got 11533 and 34. And then he's out on probation on 17014.
Correct. With respect to 11533, the state's position is that for counts 1 and 2, there is probable cause. Standard bond is $7,500 for each count.
I don't see probable cause for second-degree grand theft.
That's where I was going, although it's armed.
I don't see the armed. sounds like just a third degree grand theft auto.
I agree with that, Judge. That would be $2,500 for count 3. So 7,500, 7,500, 2,500.
$75, $25, $25.
Yes, for that case. No, 7,500, 7,500, and 2,500. And a stay away order from the 2 victims in this case, Olga Montoya and Manuel Romero. With respect to 11534, I'd argue that there is probable cause. And I'd ask the court to issue a $2,500 bond on each count in that case.
How much per count?
2,500.
2,500, okay. 2,500, count 1, 2,500, count 2, PC bound.
And he's also on probation. I'd ask the court to hold him on that probation.
He's in custody on that. He should go on Monday.
Hold for probation.
Can the court explain the stay away order, please?
Mr. Montoya, you're to stay away from Olga Montoya. Do you live with her?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, that's
You
fine.
live with her?
Yes.
Yes.
So you can go to the victim's residence one time within 48 hours of entry of this order. I'm showing you this is a stay away order. And it's very clear here what you can and cannot do. Okay? You can go to the residence one time within 48 hours, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve your personal belongings. Other than that, you can't have any contact with her by phone, by email, by text message. No contact with the victim. And that's also, you're also prohibited from having any contact with Manuel Romero.
Okay. Understood.
Zachary Khan.
Refuse.
Judge, he does have a private attorney. I confirmed it's gonna be.
All right, we'll reset it for tomorrow.
Okay.
How about Gregory Smith?
Reset for tomorrow.
Is that for medical?
Hold on. Wait, Jose Rivera. RD?
RD.
Gregory Smith.
Reset, Judge. We already stated reset for tomorrow.
Reset for tomorrow.
I'll waive his presence. For Mr. Carter?
Wait, it's Gregory Smith who we're resetting.
Yeah, so tomorrow. And also Jose Rivera is in more D. I'll get this Gregory Smith. Except I don't have an A.
You should be calling Mr. Javon Carter.
Devon Carter. I don't have anything on Gregory Smith. No,
We're resetting.
Reset for tomorrow.
Oh, reset it? Okay. That's okay. Javon Carter. What do we do with that one?
Refuse.
Just we'll waive his presence.
We'll reset it for tomorrow.
She said she was waiving his presence and the bond was going to be set, Judge.
The standard bond's $2,500, Judge. He's held on a first-degree murder case.
$2,500. I don't have anything except this. And this one. Javon Carter. Do you see anything? I don't, did it get mixed up with somebody else? I don't have anything. This is Delvo. 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 How about Antonio Delva?
Refuse. Added charges.
Reset. Refuse. Let's see. Do you see anything? It's Javon Carter. That goes. Yes.
Judge, we have one more?
Yeah.
Judge, we have two more. What, Mr. Delva, are you resetting him for tomorrow?
I reset him for, yeah, he's reset for tomorrow, Delva.
And then we have the in-state reset from earlier this morning. Armando Porto del Sol. We'll need the Spanish interpreter, please. Yeah. Judge, I reached out to Broward County.
Which one? Oh, this is on
the in-state warrant calendar.
This
We reset it to see if we can get him a bond. I'm asking this be reset for Monday so we can hear back from the Broward State Attorney's Office.
What's his name?
This is Armando Porto del Sol.
Armando Porto del Sol se está intentando reprogramar su audiencia para poder ponerse en contacto con el condado de Broward.
And then hopefully we'll be able to get him a bond on Monday.
Porto del Sol. No, let's see, out of county warrant, Broward County.
So I would ask to reset this for Monday, June 9th.
La defensa pide que se posponga este caso para el lunes 9 de junio. June 9th, Monday?
Yes.
So it's no bond and reset for 6/9?
No bond. Reset.
No, sin fianza, no hay fianza.
6/9. Okay. Bye.
Good night, Judge.
Good night,
everyone. Drive safely.
Are we done?
Yes.
Yeah.